Hello. Hold on. I just discovered that I'm having audio anomalies. All right, there we go. All right, we're good. We're good. Yeah, I'm using these anomalies probably have a lot to do with the fact that I'm using some hardwired 3mm iPod headphones, which is how old these are. But hey, they work. So, hey everybody, it's Super Change Station Age, autistic gamer and writer. Hey y'all, and today we're gonna be jumping in on the tail end of a Mario Party segment. So what this is, you might notice Luigi is in first place with 2 stars and 46 coins. Just to be clear, this is not my doing. So what I was doing, somehow I accidentally erased my save file in Mario Party 2 on the Switch. So on the Switch is, Switch Online. So what I had to do, because I only really play Mario Party when I'm streaming, in the last several years. So the only boards I beat were the ones I like, which are really Pirate Land, occasionally Western Land, and Horror Land. And I guess, well, to unlock the other board I like, which is Bowser Land. Okay, now this minigame's a weird, like, reverse Simon Says kind of thing. There we go, nice. Alright guys, so I have to look the same way as the rubes on the bottom half of the screen. Uh-oh, that wasn't good. Doggone, Hey there, Mecha Kong. It's Saturday, a day that I originally did not plan to be streaming. Yeah, but I'm glad to have this opportunity to stream. Nothing bad happened, just a change of plans, which could be a tad upsetting. Oh, doggone. Yeah, this minigame's tough when you're it. Yeah, it's a colorful minigame at least, but yeah, this was not the day I planned on having, but I'm glad I was ready for it. This is basically the stream that would have happened last Saturday. If it's funny, how life could work out sometimes, because last week I had to cancel my stream. But this week I had an opportunity to stream when I didn't expect to. So I guess at least I'm not behind any streams in terms of my stream plans. But because I was basically only playing when I was on stream. So I was only playing the boards that I liked in Mario Party 2 that were available to me, which would have been Horror Land, Pirate Land, and occasionally Western Land. But I'm not even sure if I have to play that at least once during my playthrough. Because so what I did today was I set some NPC. I set it so that you can set it so that the NPCs will play the game automatically, and it will count as you having completed a board. And you have to play at least one session on all the regular boards before Bowser Land will open up. You have to pay attention for this part. Alright. I'm Luigi at the bottom, by the way. Yeah, that's something I forgot to mention. I need a little graphic. This isn't my Mario Party. Hey, I used to have unique layouts for all the games that would have the box art and everything. And now that I've gone to this, like, this is my layout for N64 and probably most 4x3 games. Doggone Mario, you failed me. You failed me, Mario. What the heck? So, now that I have the generic layout, I don't have my little graphic. Hey there, Kalakaboy, I see you there. Yeah, first Saturday of May, and let's see if I forgot where I'm at on this board. So this Bowser Parade is a unique hazard to this board. Every several turns, they will chase a bunch of players all the way back to the start. Okay, now oh doggone, I got involved in this. I still have, I think, the most stars though. And yeah, my N64 controller is vibrating like crazy, of course. So now I'm in second place on account of how many stars I have. So what I did was, well, like throughout the day, I just set the computer. Now look, when you press start, you can go into control settings, and I could set myself to be a computer player and just have all 4 players play the game automatically, and it will count as having completed that stage. So I went through, fortunately I remembered all the stages that I would not have actually went out of my way to play, that I had not played at that point. So pre-approved for a 5-coin loan. This is the opposite of how these normally work. Typically what will happen is you pass the bank spot, you have to pay 5 coins, whoever lands in that spot gets a jackpot of all the coins that have been deposited. Here it's the opposite. Whenever you cross the shop, the bank spot, you automatically, yeah, we're gonna definitely go north. You get 5 coins as a gift, but the person who lands on it has to pay however many coins that, I guess, collective debt has amassed. And uh-oh, it's time for a duel mini game. It's sort of a battle royale thing. Everyone pays 20 or however many they have to get in, and whoever gets a number 1 gets their jackpot, and whoever gets number 2 essentially just gets their money back plus 1 coin. Oh, I have not played this minigame in years. Oh, come on. Yeah, there's yeah, I don't think I'll be getting my money back this time. Yeah, yeah, they all have a certain spot. Yeah, yeah, for each player I guess there's a golden spot where if you press a button there when the mushroom you're aiming for is there, you'll definitely get it. Now, as the title of the stream today is not just clickbait, it is true. We are going to have some autistic self-advocacy content by me featured on my video. One video that I have not featured on stream yet. Well, 2 videos I have not featured on stream yet, one of which I actually only posted to YouTube within the first several days. And then the middle one is one that I did debut a little more than a month ago. My original plan was for this to happen during Autism Month, but you see how that turned out. I don't know, the way that the computer tries to simulate having the computer-controlled player characters simulate being dizzy. Okay, so what happened actually is that I did not intend to be playing on Bowser Land. I intended to have this hopefully be done by the time I started streaming. So I did open Bowser Land, and I wanted to beat Bowser Land because until you beat Bowser Land the first time, you have no other options for gameplay modes. So when I got to the point where it's like I have more turns left than it would take by the time I finished. It was going to take past the beginning of the stream for me to do this, so I'm like, let me just set Luigi to be player 1, and I'll play as Luigi as, you know, as tradition, and we'll actually use this, the sort of back 25% of this Bowser Land match, which is only a 20-turn match, which is the shortest match you can get for a main board game map to begin with, and I'll use that as the intro to my stream. And so we'll play a little bit of, I guess, what I would call like the marathon or mode, where it's just it's a board game map focused entirely on mini games. We'll play a quick round of that after this, and then we'll do the first of our autism videos, and then we'll jump back in for some more Mario Party. Yeah, I was originally going to do like 20 turns on that mode, but instead we'll just do 10. Now, Kalaka Boy is saying in just 2 days, it's Star Wars Day, may the 4th be with you, followed by Cinco de Mayo. Once they went to a Mexican restaurant that day, and it was super noisy and crowded. Yeah, that's probably the day that I would not be going myself. But I actually am planning to, in the near future, have go to a Mexican restaurant with some dear friends of mine, and it'll be great. Yeah, this is a zero skill mini game. But it's a music. It's rock, paper, scissors with Mario characters. But it's completely not skill-based, so... But yeah, I'd imagine that on Cinco de Mayo, it would be pretty wild in terms of the patronage on in a Mexican restaurant. Yeah, it'll be nice because I don't often get to go out and eat with friends, so it'll be a nice time. All right, so this is basically a very fancily dressed up version of, I guess, what I used to hear it be called NIM, or the matchstick game. We're aiming to 1, 2, yep. And I used to actually love this game a lot back in the 90s when I'd rent this game. What is my favorite dish to order when I go to a Mexican restaurant? Well, I know the one we're going to, it's a local place, so it's not, you know, something, you know, like a chain or anything. And it's definitely not Chipotle. If we were going to Chipotle, I would have said we're going to Chipotle, not we're going to a Mexican restaurant. But am I... Alright, we definitely want to pick one, because if we take the beehive, we're in trouble. That's how we get eliminated. And Mario's gonna be out next. They usually will have, like, good vegetarian, like, quesadillas and enchiladas and stuff. Unfortunately, like, one thing I don't see a lot that I think is ridiculous, I very rarely see just options for just having a taco with black beans or refried beans instead of the beef. I find it really... No, I should not have. Unless... Yeah, that's it. That's it. We're done. We gotta do it. And Peach wins this one. Yeah, this game would be... I mean, this is true of all of these mini games. This game would be a lot more entertaining with actual people to play with. Which, yeah, when I hear something sad, I've never actually played Mario Party in a, like, multiplayer with other people before. And the thing is, it's not, like, to replace the beef with beans, it's not even, like, a bespoke thing where you have to, like, you know, find someone to make, like, you don't have to make fake versions of, choose, like, a fake meat substitute or anything, which I often don't even like anyway. Like, with pot pies, with a lot of frozen, like, with, like, pot pies and with canned soup, I will tell you straight up, when vegetarian pot pies and canned soup, the fake meat is my least favorite part, and I will eat it first. I will pick it out first and eat it. Just to get it out the way. I'd rather them just make a vegetable pot pie and rather than try to have fake chicken or fake beef in it. It tastes terrible to me. Yeah, there we go. No. Yeah. Yeah, now, why is it so barren on coins falling? It seems like we have a very slim pickings. Yeah, there we go. I got almost as many coins as Yoshi was actually going to control the... Yeah, and Azure's saying you could ask them to substitute the beans for beef here, but they usually don't change the price. Like, I'm not sitting there with a calculator. Oh no, we played Mario Party, oh, excuse me. I played Mario Party, like, online once. Like, I played Mario Party Superstars on Nintendo Switch online once with some viewers. And mind you, I'm the kind of stream that just has barely enough people watching to make a playing with viewers stream, like, viable. I barely got away with doing that when I did. It was a way to try to lure people in, but when I don't have that many people to start with, you know. That was back... but anyway, no, I've never, like, had people over at my house and we played Mario Party together. Same with Mario Kart. And yeah, so it's something you know, put on my bucket list someday. Maybe I'll get a chance to do that. But once, okay. So where's the? I keep forgetting where the star is at. It has been. I could say without exaggeration, it has been years since I've played on this map, which is kind of funny because it's actually probably my favorite map in Mario Party 2. Yeah. Okay. So we want to go. Alright, we want to go to the left, I think. Yeah, but I personally am not going to be sitting there with a calculator looking up the current price of ground beef and comparing it to the current bulk price of beans and demanding a discount. Like, so... that's just me. I know it means a lot to some people, but... Hey, Bumper Balls, the minigame that does not need a time limit, but has one anyway. And frequently turns into a freaking stalemate. You know, if you want to make the balls faster towards the end of the, like, as, you know, if things go on too long, you know, but putting a time limit on this mini game, I really think was a massive mistake. Too many situations where no one gets coins, and it's, where if everyone's too talented at the game and the match goes on too long, everyone gets punished for it. Nice. Cool. I got scared for a second that I was going to turn into one of those stalemate matches, but... Alright, we're in first place, but like about 2/3 of this gameplay was conducted by a computer, because when I realized it was going to go on for too long, I was like, you know what, I'll just set it for me to be player 1 and I'll play the back half of this as my own, you know, it's the beginning of my stream. My neighbors have a 4-year-old that's not having the best time right now, so if you hear any screaming or crying, that's what's going on. Uh-oh. Alright, we've got a redemption of Sodor lore reading. Picked it up at a perfectly opportune moment. Alright, so... Alright. So we don't have complete... oh wait, actually no, we can... There we go. That's how we could get some silence. Alright. So today we are going to read... we've been reading lately about the Col de Fel Mountain Railway. And today we're going to read about Devil's Back. Alright. The ridge's ancient name is Dirim y Dain, but since the building of the railway, the English translation has come into common use. It is a bleak spot, open to every wind that blows, and only when the winds are light or moderate are trains allowed to cross it. The weather up here is so suddenly changeable that it may look fair from Kirk Macon, or even Scarlowy Road, but there is no telling what conditions will be when the train has reached Devil's Back. Accordingly, tickets for Summit are always issued on the understanding that the train may be halted here and allowed to go no further. This proviso applies, of course, only to trains carrying fare-paying passengers, but as noted above, service trains must get through... service trains must get through regardless of weather. For instance... Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Where is... Okay, that's not... Oh, sorry, something... I did something weird to my layout, and I had no clue what I was clicking on for a second. Alright. This service, as noted above, service trains must get through regardless of weather. Okay, sorry, you're not seeing this, but I keep accidentally minimizing my the window I use to actually read the document. For instance, stationmen must get their places of duty first thing in the morning, as must also the staff of the Summit restaurant, together with the stores they need for the day, and all must be brought back in the evening. Breakdown and rescue trains are in the same category. Their urgency demands that they brave anything that the weather can throw at them. Gusts of wind met on Devil's Back are quite capable of derailing a lightly loaded train. Urgency requires risks to be taken, but these are minimalized by careful ballasting. A supply of sandbags is kept for the purpose both at Summit and at Devil's Back. These, when loaded on the truck, to help provide stability in the highest wind. The station man's shunt at Devil's Back is stoutly built, and being set slightly lower than the railway itself, is to some extent sheltered from the prevailing wind. It is not the pleasantest place to be on duty, and a station master's rota ensures that each man serves here only 1 week in 4. The place is barren and often clammy with low cloud. Always, even on the most favorable day, wind is here. We can feel it tugging on the coach as we cross the ridge, and the contrast on reaching the shelter, the other side, is clearly marked. Once over the ridge, the railway twists and turns, gaining height at the expense of mileage, till at last this expedient will no longer serve, and the final gradient seems to roar up ahead into the sky like the wall of a house. Shouting defiance at this obstacle, the little engine lifts up another 600 feet in the last half mile. The gradient eases, and almost before we realize it, the rocky skyline has dissolved into an extensive view, and we are trundling into Summit Station. Alright. That's quite the epic description of that station, and that stretch of the line. And so thank you, Kalaka Boy, for redeeming the Sodor Lore reading. Kalaka saying, my neighbor should introduce their child to Thomas the Tank Engine. Maybe that'll calm the 4-year-old down. Hey, I'll be honest, I don't know anything about kids, especially in modern days. So for all I know, they are huge Thomas fans, and they'd be bouncing off walls even more if it weren't for that. I can't say. But I'm gonna view the map. We have 3. Okay, so it's gonna come down here. Alright, and I cross here. So that's gonna go down. Alright. Alright. Ah, okay, so it looks like we're stuck in this little sequestered area for now. Yeah, I need a key. I didn't realize I needed a key in order to cross that gate there. And he steals coins from Yoshi because he has the most coins. Sensible enough, but... Hey there, Talco. How you doing? And they want to say hi after the Sodor Lore. Well, hi, Talco. How you doing? And, they're starting to introduce some Sodor Lore into the new Thomas shows on PBS. So that's good to hear. That from Azurest. And it's hard to know. I'm guessing. So is the Thomas you've been watching on PBS? Is that Thomas and Friends, like the computer-generated series, or has it been Thomas and Friends All Engines Go? Because Thomas and I know some of the later, final couple of seasons of the show actually did very gently, as much as I guess Mattel would allow, did have some incorporation of some slight traces of this lore. Hey, we did good into the show, but there was a 2D cartoon that was like the original Thomas series, which technically went on from 1984 until I guess 2023 or 2024, was Thomas and Friends All Engines Go, which is a completely new series, which was more of a 2D animated cartoon that did not need to be a show about trains. It was just a show about arbitrarily train-shaped creatures that could have just as well been talking dogs or cats. It was an absolute, in my opinion, if anyone enjoys Thomas All Engines Go, I'm happy for them. Okay, alright, so, so if it was not computer generated, then yeah, so you're looking, so they're running, like, you're watching the era of Thomas aUtIsM when they were still using physical models and sets to do the animation, because later on, like, by the time they switched to computer animation, okay, so yeah, it was actually like physical models and sets. Because by the time they switched to computer animation, Britt Allcroft was not involved anymore. Actually, she had just passed away, I believe, last year. And you know, some of the later... Yeah, so that was, like, anything... You know what's... This is kind of scary to say. Wow. Okay, this is a minigame I very rarely actually get to see. But... Yeah, any version of Thomas that involves physical models is the better part, is like about 18 or 19 years old at this point, which is kind of alarming. Yeah, because of me, Team Green with Yoshi and Luigi there, me being... Yeah, Telco, I mean, the fact that All Engines Go is already over, I think says more than enough. So, the final turn is ending. So, who is the superstar? It's time to hear the final results. First, we'll count everyone's stars. Here are the stars you've all earned. Now that we've seen your stars, we'll count your coins. You've collected this many coins. Yeah, Yoshi's definitely getting the coin star. aUtIsM is saying the stupid 2D with flat trains in space sucked. Oh! Wow, they were in space too for some of this? That's pretty wild. I was not aware of that. Yeah, aUtIsM, I believe that you, aUtIsM, have seen more of All Engines Go than I ever did. Yay, so I got the minigame star, me being like 75% a computer and 25% me. Yeah, Yoshi obviously gets the coin star. Not the machine that converts your coins into vouchers you can redeem for cash. Oh, we both got bonus stars there. The official superstar is... The hour has come! Bowser has changed his location! Okay. Scroll too fast for me to see. He's already gone. We just missed him. Liar. Please don't hurt me! Who's that over there? It's Luigi. Luigi! Yeah, this is the only, this is the only map in Mario Party 2 where the players... Well, the map actually takes place on, I mean, the players aren't costumes, is what I mean. Like, in Pirate Land, they dress like pirates. In Cowboy Land, they dress like Old West sheriffs. In Horror Land, they dress like wizards. But, in Talco and Mekong is saying GG, though I do give 75% of the credit to the computer. But, Talco is saying that, that's too ridiculous. They like the realism, Thomas. They like imagining themselves on Soda and riding the rails and maybe seeing the cabs of the engines. Yeah, that's about where I'm at with this. And it's why I'm going to enjoy. You know, while we're in this cutscene, let me look up real quick. Let's see if, Wonders of Soda Switch. Alright, wait, is it available already? Are you kidding me? Okay, so it appears that the Switch version, at least in terms of Yeah, it looks like the Switch version of Wonders of Sodor isn't going to be released until the end of the year. This item will be released on December 31st. And I hope there's a digital version that's not the release date. Come on. Alright. So we're not getting a Switch version of Wonders of Sodor. Okay, Mecha Kong is saying that's just what they use as a placeholder. Well, it's like, okay, alright. Okay, that's a little better to hear. Yeah, that is an awfully, incredibly... Yeah, why would it be like the 31st? Why not make it like a week earlier and have it be before Christmas? Like, that's a good point. So I could pre-order it now on Amazon. I'm not pre-ordering it till a final release date is determined. And the thing is, like, honestly, like I was saying this before, the Switch version is going to have lesser performance and graphics compared to everything else, and Nintendo seriously does not make me happy. Nintendo and Pokemon do not make me happy right now. I'm barely tolerating, I want to play their games slightly more than I dislike them as a company. And it might be the case that if a Switch 2 version gets announced, that it may push me to get the Switch 2 so I could have a high-performance system to play Wonders of Sodor, or and a system that I know will eventually have all of the Final Fantasy VII remake games on it. And the Kalaka Boy is giving us an update about the Star Wars themed land Galaxy's Edge being changed. The timeline is now original trilogy era. Okay. Which is obviously what it should have been to begin with. And this is all like end of game stuff. Like, beating Bowser Land for the first time is effectively treated as yeah, this has all actually been yeah, this is basically just being like sort of, it's beating Bowser Land for the first time is treated as having beaten the game. So we get the credits now, which has only appeared on stream like a couple of other times before, like once on Wii U and one now. So we just give a moment of appreciation for all of the people who worked on this game more than 25 years ago. Yeah, 1999. Yeah, more than 25 years ago. And it's kind of some stuff is leaked, and I don't know how many of you are aware of this. So apparently Mario Party 1 there's residual programming and elements in there that's kind of exposed the fact that Mario Party for Nintendo 64, with this being Mario Party 2 that we're playing now, was originally planned to be a 64DD game, the infamous magneto-optical disc add-on for the Nintendo 64 that was supposed to originally come out within a year of the system's launch and ended up instead coming out about a year before the system's retirement, in Japan only, and only through a mail order service, so it's pretty wacky release rollout. Many games that were supposed to rely on the 64DD's unique features were reworked to be cartridge releases, and Mario Party was seemingly one of those because there are lots of features for I guess it seems as though Mario Party 2 was originally conceived to possibly have been an add-on that would be purchased as a Nintendo 64 DD disc that you would then insert into the 64 disc drive console that would, that the N64 would be on top of and connected with your Mario Party 1 cartridge inside, and then these new maps, new mini-games, new features would then be added into Mario Party 1, kind of like a physical version of DLC. Alright. of all these folks, I appreciate your work, but who decided? Some of the worst things I'd say about this game is that some of the minigames they brought back for Mario Party 1 did not need to be brought back, because some of the minigames they brought back for Mario Party 1 only made sense in the context of being able to steal coins from other players. Mario Party 2 removed that as a mechanic, therefore there was the way they adapted them into Mario Party 2 was confusing, if not completely nonsensical. So yeah, so we're like the first time I rented Mario Party 2, and it was one of those Friday nights, you know, me and my brother, we got our homework, and it's funny, I had like my brother. It's weird that living with my brother for a lot of the N64 era, we never ended up playing Mario Party together. Well, we didn't. No, I don't think we owned multiple controllers until, say, 2000? 1999 at the earliest, if not until even the year 2000. And I think that contributed a lot to it. Oh, you know what? I think by the time my family owned multiple controllers, my brother had already went to live with other family members. I think that's what, in a different state. So I think that's what happened. So I'd rent Mario Party, but by the time that we had multiple controllers, my brother had already moved out. And then by the time I owned multiple controllers, I just happened not to be renting Mario Party. Because the real reason, the game that actually was the killer app that got our family to buy multiple controllers was Pokemon Puzzle League. Because my dad was a gamer, like a proper gamer. Like not like a softcore, just plays, Tetris and whatever. No, he was just as much of a gamer as me, and certainly more talented, seeing that he was voice actors Charles Martinet. They spelled Charles Martinet's name wrong. Martinet with 2 E's. I never noticed that before. HVQ. I never noticed that logo before. I guess that's might have been the audio compression for all the voice samples for the characters. No, but what really pushed things over the edge and got my father and my mom to actually invest in multiple controllers was Pokemon Puzzle League and Dr. Mario 64. Because me, mom, and dad, we would all play those games, and manual editor Bill Trinan, who I believe is still with Nintendo. Bill is like, I met Bill Trinan, but I was not aware of him at the time, was not really interested in interacting with him, because I was there to meet Shigeru Miyamoto, and he signed my DS. It was awesome. So, I really kind of only had eyes for Miyamoto at that moment. It makes it sound like I had a crush on him. I didn't. And it's funny, I just wanted to see him and shake his hand. I didn't even think, oh, I need to bring an item for him to sign. I didn't even think of that. Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't even... Yeah, so that's how my launch day Nintendo DS got signed by the great Shigeru Miyamoto. Hey, there he is now. Supervisor Shigeru Miyamoto and Hidetoshi... I didn't see the last name. Shinji Hatano. Shinichi Nakamoto. Just seeing all these sort of... I wonder if all these models these character models that are floating by, posed and frozen in place, were all supposed to be balloons of the characters? See ya! It's me trying to do a Toad voice. Alright, fortunately this is one of those games that actually restarts when the game's over. It doesn't just... in the cartridge era, a lot of games would just awkwardly sit on an end screen, and you just had to turn the system off or hit reset at the end of the game, when you beat it. I always thought it was kind of awkward and uncomfortable. Alright, let's go to Minigame Land. Okay, so Minigame Park, you can't play... You know what? Did we not buy? We have to actually buy. Let's see how many minigames we get. We have to buy minigames before we can actually play the mode. Yeah, I'm so used to having everything unlocked that, Okay. And I wonder what the choice is. Like, why is Hot Jump Rope only 50, but Lava Tile Isle is 150? Lava Tile Isle, in my opinion, is one of... It's not offensively bad, but it's just like... Why is it here? It's just kind of like... You just use the hitting and kicking controls and knock people off the little lava island. But, yeah, so I've been seeing lots of things on YouTube, you know, recommended, but there's a Neo Geo HDMI console that lets you play original cartridges. They're also re-releasing the cartridges as well. I heard the cartridges were going to be like $100 each, which, I mean, and the thing is about the Neo Geo console from the early 90s, those games were like $200 or $300 each, and that's unadjusted for modern inflation rates. Like, that was always... I think I have enough coins to actually buy all the minigames. Okay. Alright, that's all the... Alright, now we gotta buy... Let's see how many of these we can get. So, fortunately... Okay. We only have 10 of these 1v3 minigames to get. No. Let's get as many as we can, I guess. Let's see, what's... Nothing's particularly cheap. Okay, now we can't afford anything. Well, let's see. Let's count... Hold on. I gotta get... Hold on. Oh. You know, for once... You know, the one... I thought my, my trusty TI 108, which I can't show you. Let's see. Okay, so 200 plus 150 plus 150 plus 150 plus 150 plus 150 plus 150. Yeah, we only need 1,000 more coins to have a full set, but I should have enough to at least play the mode I was looking forward to playing originally. There we go, the Coliseum thing. Minigame Stadium, that's, excuse me. I think it's called Trial Mode. Yeah, but even in the early 90s, the Neo Geo was an extremely high-performance system that was aimed at the most hardcore enthusiasts only. Alright. Oh, not duel. Okay, okay, we want trial. We want trial, the middle one. Okay. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so we'll have a few options in terms of the 1v3 minigames, but... Yeah, next time we stream, I'm definitely gonna... Next time we stream Mario Party, which actually is not scheduled for quite a while. We'll set them all for hard. We'll give ourselves a hard time. We'll give everyone... No. Actually, yeah. Let's have everyone start with 50 coins, so that we will earn that many more coins to go towards getting the rest of those mini games. That's really clever. I hadn't thought of. Yeah, so yeah, I gave us all 50 coin handicaps, so we're all starting effectively. For the purpose of the competition, we might as well be starting with 0 coins, but here we are, everyone. This is Minigame Stadium. Here, you can test your minigame skills against one another. There are no stars here. Victory or defeat is determined by coins won in minigames. So you do not gain or lose coins from landing on blue spaces or red spaces. However, when you complete one lap, you will receive a 10 coin bonus. When all turns have ended, the player with the most coins will be declared the victor. Good luck, everyone. May you all perform to the best of your abilities. Now then, let's determine turn order. There's no strategic importance in this time. Yeah, Neo Geo, individual, for those not familiar with the Neo Geo console, the cartridges basically, it was a console of the same performance as their location-based entertainment arcade cabinets. So you could have games of that same quality at home, but you were paying, the system itself was very expensive, and the individual games cost, for the cost of a single Neo Geo game back then, you could buy an entire Super Nintendo and a game to go with it, or an entire Genesis and a game to go with it. Yeah, fortunately that doesn't actually cost me anything, it's just more likely than not we'll be playing a 1v3 minigame. We don't have a whole lot to choose from, but alright, this should be very easy for me to win. The computer players suck whether you're, they're just not very good at this. They tend to, yeah, they like to, box each other in. Yeah, there's no reason to go for those other targets for 1 or 2 coins each, when doing that would free up the ability for the actual targets that matter to move around, and I could end up losing the minigame anyway. Alright, so you've got 1 blue. Yeah, and it's funny, I was never too interested in the actual, if I was gonna buy a mini system, I would probably get the TurboGrafx 16 mini system. I really regret being unable to have purchased that when it came out, because there are a lot of cool games that I think were worth it on there. No. Alright, so this minigame is just pure chance. One of these will trigger the bomb. We'll go with green, because I'm green. Oh, doggone! Ugh! Yeah, see how that luck turned out for me. So of course I'm the first to go. This is a minigame they brought back in Mario Party 4 on the GameCube. Yeah, if you want to just have a straight comparison of the graphic potential of N64 versus GameCube, look at the Mario Party 4 version of this minigame, and I believe it appeared in a few minigames afterwards. It's one of those, I would probably guess that it's probably one of the minigames that has appeared most in different Mario Party games. And as I was saying, it's not easy being green.
Oh, no.
And Peach wins. Yep. And I get nothing. I lose. Bad day to me. Alright, so we're on turn 2. When we get through this mode in its entirety, we're gonna do the first of today's aUtIsM videos. Uh-oh, it's time for another a battle minigame. Oh, and if those who were not, I think I've only had, okay, this I've got to pay attention. This one's, I could win at this, but I have to pay, okay, they made this as, probably as easy as possible, so sure. Okay, I guess the nose is down slightly. Yeah, I think I've got it about perfect. There's no reason to mess with it anymore and risk ruining it at this point. What? Ah! By 1 point? That's such trash. Ugh. 1 freaking point. Come on. But at least it is like literally just on a pixel by pixel basis. Like they were that much closer than me, but the fact that these are all computers anyway kind of ruins a lot of the fun. And this is, yeah. Well, art is objective, but when you're being rated by a computer in terms of how many pixels, yep, so the ability to outsmart the computer here is pretty easy. I guess the algorithm they use to try to make the computer players simulate not being able to see makes them kind of useless even in hard mode. But even though I was the only person left standing on my team, we still all won. Alright, so Mario's in second place. Peach is already closing in on 100 coins. There are no bonus stars we have to worry about. I just have to start getting good. Okay, I'm just shy of getting my... Oh no, actually no, that's not the... There was a toad there, but that's not the bonus spot. Man, we got a lot of dual mini-games in this. Maybe they added too many spots. Maybe they should have just been one. I don't know. Alright, this is another one of those, like, skill... Okay, this is probably the easiest. Alright, just gotta focus. And once again, I am playing as Luigi for anyone just joining us. Alright, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. Yeah, I didn't finish first, but it's not a race in terms of who finishes first. It's who's most accurate. It looks like me and Yoshi both got first place somehow. Alright, finally I'm getting ahead in these. No, I think we all put in 20 coins to begin with, so we didn't come out ahead at all. And choose one. Yeah, no, if someone's like a math genius, they could probably more... I'm guaranteed to not get taken out this time around. I choose the 1 and get a bonus coin for my trouble. Any coins you collect in the mini-games that are just sort of... You do actually get to keep even if you don't actually win the game. And if you do win the game, that's just money, you know, just sort of cherry on top of the 10 standard coins you get. 2. We're gonna go with 1. Alright. Yeah, so... Yeah, I'm surprised they did not... They forgot to make the fruit... They really ought to have made the fruits disappear so that you can't pause and then scheme it out like I am. Okay, but, I'll just take the 1. And then now this time Peach gets out. Uh-huh. Alright. It's a duel between me and Yoshi now. Yeah, I don't know who got the strawberry, but, yeah, and it's funny, none of these other fruits, they don't count for anything. You can take any fruit you want as long as you don't take the beehive. I think I'm in control at this point. Yes, I am. 2, 1, 2. There we go. And Yoshi's out. Yeah! We won this time! We've redeemed ourselves from earlier in the stream when I got taken out. Alright, we're nearly halfway through already. Yeah, this is a good way you could have some sort of board game type gameplay. You know, they could have theoretically made this a lot faster. You know, it just occurred to me, this is the only mode... In Mario Party 1, you would get a 10-coin bonus every time you completed a lap regardless. Here, you only get a 10-coin bonus in this one mode. Oh yeah, I did see the Super Mario Galaxy movie. I was very happy with it. I would say that my biggest complaint has nothing to do with the movie itself. Oh boy. Alright, this is a tricky one. I gotta focus for a second. Feel free to remind me if I lose track off the... He likes to fake people out and... Alright. I pressed B! Are you kidding me? I pressed B! Ooh, this game, it just did not register my button press, and it's a problem I've had in this one mini-game since the 90s. So it's not just, like, the Switch Online version. So now that I have no stake in this game, I can continue with my thoughts on the Mario Galaxy movie. So the Mario Galaxy movie, my biggest complaint about it is not anything that was in the actual movie, but something Nintendo did, I guess about a week before it came out. I won't say anything explicit, but... And I'd like in chat for no one to say anything explicit about if you know what I'm talking about. But Nintendo should not have released that poster at all. That's all I'll say. Nintendo should not have released that poster. Everyone, I doubt there's anyone who was going to see that movie who saw it because of that poster. Nintendo dropped... If Nintendo kept that poster a secret, because I only found, and the thing is, I only found out about the poster because the poster made so much noise. I was totally unplugged in terms of promotional materials, posters, teasers for the movie because I already knew that I was going to see the movie. I try not to consume promotional material for things I know I'm already going to consume as far as entertainment goes. So if Nintendo did not release that poster, that moment being a surprise in the movie, without exaggeration, would have been probably one of my top 5 Nintendo twists, surprises of all time, including things that are in the actual video games. And I don't know why Nintendo released that poster. It's a shame. And I see, I caught a glimpse of a follow-up message, which I think is from Kalakaboy, probably asking the question that I thought, that I expect would be the natural follow-up to the question, to the answer I gave for the previous question. Oh, come on! Ah, why did that happen? That stinks. I was gonna win. I think the Super Mario Bros. 2 representation in this movie was an unexpected treat and lovingly crafted. I was just shocked that there was not a moment where characters come from behind a stage with a red curtain. That easily could have been worked in with the, given the, I guess, setting they had that scene take place in. But yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. What I didn't expect is arguably yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But I enjoyed the movie. I like how we still managed to get in a New York City scene. Wow, I actually won. I usually don't. Now, if you don't... So this minigame, it's the trick to those cart minigames in Mario Party 2, it's not... You don't control in the traditional sense. You rotate the cart by tilting left and right, and you move forward and back, the cart forward and back. It's basically tank controls mapped to your analog stick. So, it's very counterintuitive, which is actually the trick to that minigame. I wasn't doing well for a while, but we're closing in on 150 coins. And we're more than 50% through this this session. And at the end of this, we'll go ahead and get into... Yeah, Mario Party. Lava Tile Isle, the minigame I basically probably shouldn't have bought because I think it's stinky, but whatever. I mean, I was talking about why does this game cost so much, it's not that good of a minigame. So you just... What?! I phased through the floor! I phased through the floor. I just, like, actually glitched through the floor. I, like, no-clipped into the doggone, Grindle block. Which is what those mummy blocks with those wicked grinning faces are called. They're called Grendel blocks. Alright. You know, I'm thinking maybe... I mean, there are other N64 games I could play. Maybe, just maybe, I'll boot up, Mario Kart, maybe. Who knows? We'll shake things up, play Mario Kart. No, I've got to give people what they asked for. I titled the stream FuRrY aUtIsM Mario Party, and that's what I gotta give the people. Alright. Yeah, here's a minigame that I used to always win as a kid that I never win nowadays. But we're gonna change that now. Now, to be fair, I probably set the computer players to easy mode a lot as a kid, which I tend not to do nowadays. You know, I just realized that could be a lot of why some minigames I feel like, yeah, I did it. Hey, I said that I was going to specifically turn that around this time, and I did. By a matter of frames. Like, I just barely made it, but I made it. Yeah, I think as a kid I always did used to set the computer players on easy, and now I usually set them on hard. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I wasn't being negative the other times. I was just playing and being surprised when I lost. And you know, I think the fact that I realized that, oh, as a kid I was setting it on easy, and as an adult I'm setting it on hard, maybe that put me over the edge when I realized, like, oh, I'm not getting worse at this minigame. Like, I'm just it just so happens that I'm not winning. Because I set the player to be harder. Yeah, and I think, I do believe, and I donate blood often enough, but, that I do believe that B positive is my actual... Now, this is one of the minigames that they fixed. Some minigames got worse between Mario Party 1 and 2. This is one of the minigames that definitely became better. Because in Mario Party 1, the version of the minigame there had it so that... Yeah, it had it so that if you didn't tilt into the turns the way they wanted you to, you automatically lost. Yeah, not often that I lose that minigame, but this time I did. Yeah, in Mario Party 1, if you don't tilt into the turns properly, your cart flies off the track and you instantly lose. This time your cart cannot fly off the track, but you get better speed if you tilt into the turns the way you're meant to. And it was so unfair in Mario Party 1 because the camera kept dynamically changing constantly, and you can't see the turns like ahead of you to know which way to tilt your cart, to lean into the turns to keep your car on the tracks, and then the camera keeps changing too, so it was really very difficult to actually play the game the way they intended you to. So this is, hey, okay. I keep making it out like I'm actually gonna get something for landing on it. Okay, this is gonna be a 1v3 minigame. Yeah, more than anything else, the actual board game map is simply just to contextualize. I mean, it's just a fancy way of randomizing which minigames are played, and to make it possible to play, or plausible, I guess, within the context of the intended gameplay loop, to play your dual minigames. Hey, that was quick. Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi all win, and Peach gets nothing. Yeah, when I'm playing, at least with, against, computer players, I tend to move on the diagonals a lot. Hey, last turn already. And then we'll do our first autism advocacy video. It's a one that's a couple months old, but it's not one I've run on stream before. And it's not, none of these are from my barrier aggression series, by the way. And it looks like I'm, you could always, not as much as in the main modes, but you could always have those unexpected last-minute turnarounds in Mario Party. It looks like this is not going to be one of them. There's absolutely no way that someone can win enough coins in this last minigame to offset me. Because the normal stakes for a minigame, well, not even stakes, because it's not like you're betting. Normally, there are 10 coins up for grabs in a given minigame. But yeah, the point is, I have to find the direction to move towards the center, and the way it simulates the computer players being disoriented, I guess it's so exaggerated that me as a person playing the game, I can just very quickly turn in the direction I need to, and figure out which direction I need to go to move to the center of the board and grab the thing before anyone else. Yeah, 168 coins. And mind you, we all effectively have 50 more coins than we would have if I didn't set everyone's handicap to 50 coins. Alright. Alright, so, for now, we're going to return to our game selection. I could play Mario Party 3. That would be wild, wouldn't it? Actually do something different for once. Yeah, I could play Mario Party 3 with all different minigames. Would I be so bold as to play Mario Party 3 today? We'll play Mario Party 1 first, but I'm going to... So we're going to do our first autism advocacy video for now. This is... So... Alright. This is not... Okay. So, I'm going to put myself on mute. We're going to run this video. It's only 13 minutes. And then we'll continue on from there. And when we come back, I'll run an ad. I'll do a little break, and then I'll run an ad. How about that? Yep. Okay, let's get started. We'll just full screen this, and we'll get started. If something's wrong where you can't hear the sound, let me know. Groups like the Non-Autistic-led National Council on Severe Autism say that the DSM-5 definition of autism is overly broad and that it needs to be split up so that autistics they consider higher functioning don't dominate discussion of neurodevelopmental disability. Regardless of my personal feelings on this issue, the fact that the NCSA has a proven track record of mocking and rejecting the disability struggles and mental health challenges of autistic people the NCSA considers high functioning, while embracing and praising autistic adults who are on the NCSA's agenda's side, somehow leaves me unwilling to trust this group to take an unbiased approach on advancing disability policies that would benefit as many people as possible. But let's hear them out on this, or at least lend an ear to FuRrY DeBoer, a guest panelist featured on an October 2025 NCSA podcast episode.
There's this kind of sub-debate in these things about who gets to keep autism, meaning that if we split the spectrum, right, do the high-functioning, like neurodiversity activist people get to keep the term autism, or do the low-functioning level 3, people, etc., people get to keep the term autism? And to my perspective, it's just, if you're worrying about that, you're not disabled, okay? Like if you're worrying about that, you're not disabled, okay? Like you're not disabled, okay? Like
if the world made slightly more sense, I would be more than happy to agree with FuRrY on that point. But unfortunately, the world doesn't make sense in the way that it ought to, and the formally recognized naming and categorizations of the disability system not only has potential impact to us in terms of insurance coverage, but it influences the public perception of our legitimacy in accessing disability supports and services of every type and in all aspects of our lives. In a slightly better world, these terms and definitions would be between patients and healthcare service providers. But these things do unfortunately matter outside of that, because disabled people find themselves subject to the judgment or authority of members of the public who often have extremely limited or inaccurate understandings of disability issues. I'm talking about the sort of people who already won't accept someone as disabled and deserving of understanding unless they fit a very specific demographic and outward appearance that has nothing to do with actual descriptions of disabilities. These are the sort of people that think that bullying and encouraging mistreatment of disabled people, who they decide for themselves are fakers, is an altruistic act that benefits helpless disabled people who fit their stereotypes of those who actually deserve support. We have to deal with judgmental and uninformed people like that all the time, and it turns out that changes in formally recognized definitions absolutely do have a direct or indirect effect on disabled people's ability to be trusted or respected. For example, when the DSM-IV went into effect in 2013, there were a number of disabled people of various descriptions who had been receiving services including, but not limited to, occupational therapy, social skills counseling, structured on-the-job training with workplace coaching and other things, or who needed to carry and use special equipment like word processors and sensory aids, but who suddenly were being challenged by classmates or professors or bosses who misunderstood changes in formal diagnostic nomenclature to mean that these people's disability diagnoses were debunked or no longer recognized as worthy of care, treatment, and accommodation. To use the DSM-IV era Asperger's disorder definition as just one example, people who may have been diagnosed as early as age 5 or 6 and were required to identify themselves with that label in order to receive necessary developmental and support services, who had by 2013 become adults with Asperger's syndrome, who were trying to integrate into the non-disabled world to the extent that they are able to, were suddenly being confronted by non-disabled people saying things like, "Hey, stop claiming disability. I heard on the news that they debunked Asperger's syndrome, so I knew there was nothing wrong with you." Or, "Why are you claiming disability and getting special treatment at work when they just proved that the disabilities you were claiming weren't even real to begin with?" Because to these sorts of people, who don't care and don't take the time to learn about the restructuring of diagnostic terms and how these disabilities, impairments, atypical developmental manifestations, and their associated traits and characteristics, They don't care to take the time to learn how these are still medically valid even if they're named differently. They just see a headline like Asperger's syndrome removed from diagnostic manual and jump to incorrect and judgmental conclusions. So when it comes to Asperger's specifically, you also have the issue where Asperger's, in spite of being formally defined as a severe and sustained clinically significant impairment, instead was widely perceived by the public in common parlance to be a clinical recognition of hyperintelligence and so-called superpower savant talents. And I think this misconception played into the ongoing issue where parents of autistic children who may need perpetual hands-on support on a lifelong basis hear that Asperger's is now part of ASD and think, how dare these perfectly functional people claim to be autistic and steal publicity and resources from our kids when they don't even have a neurodevelopmental disability and just have quirky personalities.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like, the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been. I'm going to gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism. I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed.
That's why it's so absurd when non-disabled critics of the DSM-5 present this narrative that people with Asperger's disorder, as part of a collective organized agenda, push the DSM Committee of the American Psychiatric Association to make Asperger's part of the autism spectrum disorder diagnosis because we wanted to wrongfully appropriate the illustrious social and political capital of the word autism, and that we wanted to identify with a word that validated allegedly imaginary struggles of ours that we were stealing from people with so-called real disabilities. And that through political pressure, people with Asperger's bent the arm of the DSM committee to concoct the concept of high-functioning autism out of nowhere in 2013 at the expense of helpless children who high-functioning autistics like us are organizing to suppress and censor along with their families and professional caretakers. Of course, that never happened. And if you dig into online discourse from within disabled communities back then, you'll find that the restructuring of the DSM-4's pervasive developmental disorder range was in fact controversial among people affected by those terms and their clinical and social implications. And mind you, this controversy among disabled people over the Asperger's diagnosis and its pending restructuring came before discourse over the actual personality of Hans Asperger himself, who granted kids to death as an enforcer of Hitler's genocidal eugenics policies, with Asperger himself justifying these acts using fascist pseudoscience. I'm using Asperger's disorder as an example here, not only because it's the most directly relevant to debate over the ongoing restructuring and reconceptualization of the autism spectrum, but because it's a particularly well-known example in terms of public awareness. However, these issues carry over into other disabilities and descriptions of neurodevelopmental variation as well. There are other disabilities, aside from Asperger's, which I was personally diagnosed with, that I will be dealing with for my entire life, and that needed years of therapy and workshopping and professionally overseen strategizing to cope with. Challenges that I still carry and use special equipment for. Challenges that once had bespoke name diagnoses and manuals like the DSM, but are now addressed in different ways. But because the commonly used terms associated with those diagnoses were dissolved from having specific clinical recognition in manuals, I've had to deal with people saying that those disabilities and impairments were debunked or proven false, and that I need to take responsibility for my life and stop appropriating disability terms and resources from those that are truly suffering. Because when all those challenges that I face are typically only noticed because I'm doing what I can to live with and function with them, and because irrational and prejudiced people get angry and judgmental when they encounter anyone or anything they perceive as abnormal, and stigmatize that difference between them and disabled people as an act of aggression against them and a threat to their right to be normal. So yeah, Freddy, I know it can seem very easy that truly disabled people shouldn't care about the name of their diagnosis as long as they're receiving suitable supports. And I appreciate that such an idea might make sense if the world in general was a fairer place. But in the case of autism spectrum disorder, you're saying that about people who may, for one example, have been diagnosed as very small children who are now adults and who for their entire lives were dealing with not only natural challenges of their differences and disabilities and with being autistic. These are people who would have known themselves to be autistic for their entire lives and who someday could suddenly, depending on changes made to the DSM-6, have their credibility as disabled people challenged by judgmental peers and prejudiced authority figures, and be confronted for having received therapy and supports and for using tools and equipment that they needed to integrate with the non-disabled world as much as they have, and who are already being accused of faking disability and stealing resources that should have gone to someone who's really suffering. And that's just one example. But it's just one of a number of reasons that disabled people being concerned over the social implications of these diagnostic naming conventions shouldn't be targeted for alleged insincerity for doing so. If the National Council on Severe Autism really wants to embrace that as something they agree with, they shouldn't be surprised when autistic people don't trust their VP, Amy Lutz, and NCSA's Executive Director, Jackie Renee, when they say that NCSA values and celebrates autistic people outside of NCSA control or allegiance who present their own experiences and concerns as part of the discussion of disability. But also keep in mind that I don't trust these people with the naming or public perception of our disability diagnoses, because with the National Council on Severe Autism, we're dealing with a group that's so extreme and prejudiced against autistic people they consider high-functioning, that their president, Jill Escher, used the NCSA's platform and resources to ridicule an online news article about an autistic self-advocate who formed a mental health nonprofit for disabled people after her autistic friend committed suicide. The NCSA's president, a board member, and a guest lied their asses off by reading only the first few sentences of that article out of context and misrepresented the article as a biased hit piece in which falsely autistic, politically driven partisans who had no stake in disability resources like special education were conspiring against the so-called true autistic people by protesting career-ruining discrimination against autistic people who entered the workforce during adulthood. But I made a whole other video about that nonsense, which is linked below, along with a podcast series in which I present my concerns regarding the National Council on Severe Autism and its podcast series in further detail. That's it for now, and thanks for watching. Hi,
Watch
I'm
what
back,
alcohol does to
and so we're gonna stop that. What the heck is this? What the heck is this crap? Ads on YouTube, I swear. Alright, well, what I have to do first, and so if anyone wants the link to the video you just saw, there it is. And what we're going to do next, okay. Why does this image have to be on my screen for so long? Okay. We're just going to, there we go. So-called high-functioning autistic people is so transparent that she opens her video by that's going to be our next autism advocacy video, which, but now we're going to go to, it's going to force an ad. So I'm going to go to my break screen. And I'll be back in 3 minutes if, yeah, I might as well make it 4. If it was not going to force an ad now, I would go straight into the Mario Party gameplay. But, alright. Where's the timer? Okay. Alright. So I'll be back in 4 minutes when the ads are done. And then we'll get into Mario Party 1 for a little while. Hey, and I'm back. How we doing? Alright, so we can start with our Mario Party 1 session. And yes, let me know. I think this game may or may not be slightly louder or quieter than Mario Party 2. So if I need to adjust the volume compared to the previous game, let me know. But I know one thing for sure is that I don't know, I'm gonna go into Mario Party 3. I have not played Mario Party 3. I rented it once. The year it came out, which I guess would have been 2000. and I only rented it because there were no copies of Mario Party 1 or 2 at Blockbuster that day. Uh-huh. Yeah, you only get to bowl with a single shell in this game, in this version of the bowling minigame. Yeah, it's an actual indoor bowling alley as opposed to the Mario Party 2 version of the game, where it takes place in a desert inexplicably, along some kind of weird cliff face. Okay. Yeah, in Mario Party 1 we see the players whose turn it is not turn into these sort of minifigures. Yeah, that, I think that was a high rolling block. That's something I added into the game. It's an optional thing you could buy within the game. Yeah, it's nice being able to say it's something you could buy within the game, and there's just a natural assumption that there's no real-world money being paid to Nintendo for that pleasure. Whereas nowadays, in a modern Mario Party game, I'd have to specify no... Oh, doggone, it's the slot car game. So these were fun in real life. These are not fun in Mario Party. I never enjoyed this. Like, this game single-handedly was, like, ended my progress of the single-player mini-game quests in Mario Party 1 and 2. And for some reason, they just love this mini-game so much. Alright. The fact that I'm even vaguely... Well, until then, the fact that I was even remotely keeping up with everyone else was much better performance than usual. So after we finish this round of Mario Party, I'm gonna do my next aUtIsM video, which is actually like a full 30 minutes long as opposed to the last one, which was only 10 minutes, so it's gonna be a little longer. But yeah, those animations on the character portraits in between the matches, that's something they didn't bring forward into Mario Party 2, and if it comes back from Mario Party 3, I wouldn't know about it. Alright, so for the next several rounds, we don't have to worry about anyone else choosing the bad seed, which gives you the Bowser flower. I mean, the Goomba says that you're losing, but to be clear, yeah, he's going to say, oh no, too bad, you have to go see Toad. Oh, it's a loser, too bad, too bad, too bad. You have to go see Toad. That's really too bad. Yeah, and of course he considers seeing his boss Bowser to be the winning outcome. Yeah, I only have 6 coins left. And, yeah, the timing on this is a little different, so it tends to scare me, but I think it's going to be alright. Yeah, the animation for the balloon inflating is very different from the Mario Party 2 version of this that I was more used to. And until they put this game on Nintendo Switch Online, which I did not expect them to do, I basically had not played this game since 1999 or 2000 at the absolute latest. One thing I used to love a lot was to make instant ramen and play Mario Party 1. And I remember playing, I would either get the chicken flavor because I, wasn't a vegetarian back then, or I would get what was then called the Oriental flavor, which is like, okay, we're not in like the 1890s, using, just earnestly using phrases like Oriental. But I'm guessing that's probably called the soy sauce flavor now. Which is the one I personally get, because all the others involve some kind of animal flavoring. There's a ramen I found in like the, I guess, like, I don't know, like Israeli kind of international section. or like, I guess the Jewish section. Because I know they do have some stuff that's imported from Israel, but I know they do have some things that are definitely not from Israel. They're definitely made in the US for a US audience, so I don't want to strictly say Israeli, but yeah. Yay, I get to see Toad without being able to actually get a star, because I don't have the 20 coins I need to buy one. But anyway, I found some ramen, some vegetarian ramen. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have at least 20 coins after this. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Alright. I might have as many as like 30 or 25 coins after this. This is... Yeah, there are not many, Yeah, nice. The last decent-sized chest fell right into my hands when Yoshi got hit. Alright. So let's see how we did. I got 16 coins for that. I'm guessing the big chest I got had like 5 coins each. But now Peach can get the first star. But fortunately, it's not screwing anyone out of anything. In Mario Party 1, the stars moving around was something that's kind of reserved for the more challenging boards. Alright, let's see if he gets bamboozled again. Oh, he actually made it to see Toad this time. I'll try to let the others be the first seal in the water for doing the flower lottery, so that by the time I get to them, the Bowser flower's already been picked. Or the Bowser seed. Alright, so I have the opportunity to pay to... do I want to pay? No. If I had enough to still afford a star afterwards, I would have bought one, but yeah, when I only have 30, I don't want to have fewer coins than what I need to in order to actually... So am I it in this? Am I it? Yeah, I'm it. I thought so. Okay. So this is a coin theft minigame. Oh, come on. This is all this is them stealing coins from me. Like, these kind of minigames were significantly de-emphasized in Mario Party 2. Actually, the only coin theft you could do in Mario Party 2 is when you hire Boo on the game board and maps too. Actually, I should have been using... If I had been using this pattern, I wouldn't have lost any coins. And Peach didn't get anything. Uh-huh. I lost 10 coins out of that. Jeez. Okay, could have been a lot worse. Once I figured out that all I have to do is walk in circles, you know, I was able to save most of my treasure. Alright. You know, she didn't even have 20 coins. Alright, 1v3 again, hopefully... Alright, it's another one of those garbage mini-games, alright? Oh my goodness, like, it is ridiculous. How am I supposed to have it any chance to even realistically figure out how to play this, or where to drop it down? This is trash. I'm getting these 1v3 minigame. Yeah, that's another thing. I guess in Mario Party 2, now that I've played them back to back for the first time in a while, it seems like the Mario Party 2 minigames are the 1v3 minigames are significantly, like, it's just stacked so severely in favor of the player against the player that's it, or that's out, or however you'd like to phrase it. Whereas in Mario Party 2, it's a lot more reasonable. I almost said Mario Party 3 simply because it's 1v3 minigames that we're dealing with here. Hey, we're back up to as many coins as I had. Okay. There we go. Coin Block Bash. Now, this is the first appearance of traditional coin... Oh, actually, no. This is actually very different. No, yeah, so... The players have to manually... Why are you taking so long to... Why did Yoshi stop there? That was such an obviously stupid move. Oh, I didn't know the... Oh. I didn't know that you could knock the hammer out of the player's hand and continue. Okay. Yeah, Yoshi inexplicably just stopped working on the block he was already working on, moved to a different one. I went and got one of the coin bags that are... I believe the coin bags are definitely 5 coins apiece. Ugh. Alright. Oh yeah, just see how close I could come. Man, we are really piling on the 1v3 minigames this time around. And it's the bowl over game again. Hopefully, we only have... Basically, all the players she hits with the shell lose coins. Or to Peach. Oh, doggone. Yeah, Mario Party 1 brought this minigame back, but it's not... Of all the coin theft-based minigames they brought back to Mario Party 2 where there's no coin theft, this is one of the least egregious because at least there's some sort of kind of team strategizing and they adapt it so you play with 2 shells instead of 1, so... But some of the ones like Crane Game, they flat out should not have brought that back for Mario Party 2. If without the coin theft mechanic being in there. Yay, we finally completed our first lap. And I have nearly enough coins to actually purchase a piranha plant without being too broke to buy a star afterwards. Alright, nice. Got it.
Finish.
Yeah, that was cool. Nice and easy. Well, I mean, my thumb definitely feels the work I put in, but it was easy in terms of actually making that happen. And Yoshi buys the first piranha plant, and not me, who loves these guys a lot. Man, back when the Smash Brothers back when the Smash Brothers piranha plant was out, I had the opportunity to buy one at Best Buy. And I'm like, yeah, I'll come back next week and get it. And I never saw it again, and now it's like closing in on $100. And Mekong saying they got a new computer, they're setting up OBS again, is such a pain, even when importing their scenes, still a lot to do. You know, that's one thing I'll say about Streamlabs OBS. I wish I'd started with vanilla. Like, at the time I first started streaming. Okay. 30. Yeah. Yeah. We'll invest in a strawberry, as it's so described. No, at the time I started, Streamlabs OBS was a lot less cryptic. A lot more features were integrated that I would have wanted to use. But obviously OBS is much more flexible, but I have hundreds and hundreds of hours of work making setups in Streamlabs OBS, which is now called Streamlabs Desktop. So I'm just kind of like, I kind of pinning myself into a corner to continue using it. But congrats on the new computer. And that's one thing I will say about Streamlabs OBS, is that the 2 times that I've changed computers, because the 2 times I have changed computers in my streaming career, this is my 3rd streaming computer, it has been pretty seamless. I just log in, and it's like I'm starting right from where I left off. I'll just have to make sure that the only trouble I've had was I forgot to come on, we're so close. We're so close. This minigame feels impossible. I don't know. Is that, yeah, it makes it very easy. And this is one of those 4-player minigames where the players the non-winning player, like, automatically, like, they just lose coins. So it's implied coin theft, but it's not one of those games where you could single out players and actually, within the game itself, deduct coins from their total. Yeah. Yeah, I think in the Mario Party Superstars version of this map, when you buy a strawberry, it won't be that one spot, it'll be an entire range of spots. But I hope I didn't get, unfortunately, I wasn't able to join, because I did see that you were streaming last night, Mecha Kong. Was that on the new PC, or was that like your last stream that you're doing on the previous one? Or I don't know if it's a situation where your old PC like stopped working and you had to like, you know, you didn't even have the option to stream the old one. Okay, we're good. Alright, nice. Made my thumb look a little twisted there, but sure. Yeah, and there's not as much of an urgency to be the first to reach Toad, since the star does not move in these board. Okay, so that was on your older PC. Okay. Alright. Alright. Nice! Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. Oh, just barely missed. Okay. Wow, this is the best I've done at this particular minigame for sure. So that's 10 coins so far. Alright, I gotta start aiming at the nearer rows that have some of the... Alright, I got a coin there. Not bad.
Finish.
Alright. Yeah, I guess the money bags are... The single coins are single coins, the money bags are 5 coins, and I guess the treasure chests are 10. Now, Mecha Kong in chat is saying that nothing too crazy, they just got one of those cheap new MacBooks to test out. Oh, you know? Like, how is the world of streaming on Mac? How is that doing? You know? Huh. It just occurred to me that was... How much are those new MacBooks? Like, they're under 1,000, right? You know, I'm just imagining that could be a very good 500 to start with, you know? For the price that I was willing to pay for an iPad with a smart cover, it seems like this new MacBook might actually be a better buy for me. Because I was basically just going to use it for super low impact stuff, and for basically for when I travel, just so I could access the web easily. And yeah, you know, this might be a really good option actually, because but the thing I don't know, there's something about the new iPads with that keyboard, this is gonna sound kind of funny. The new the iPads with those magnetic keyboards, when they're set up in a desktop configuration, they, to me, evoke the spirit of the early generation small form factor black and white Macintoshes than the actual modern Macs, like the actual smallest available MacBook. Okay, 600, 500 with a student discount. All right. You know, even at 600, it's like, it's very much competing with. I'd have to see what an entry level for an iPad, like, and a smart cover thing with the keyboard on it. Yeah, I'd have to stack those up and see which I'd sooner go for. Ah, I lost a turn effectively. I could have got an extra spin right there. So Tug of War, yeah, I'm not gonna help with this. Yeah, this is one of those mini games that, well, I'm going to rotate, but not, I won't, yeah, I was not, to win that mini game, you actually have to cup the stick in your palm and rotate in a way that they explicitly tell you not to do it with anymore. Because that's clearly how the game was calibrated for rotating the stick that way. If you actually try to rotate it by holding the controller normally and using your thumb, it's not going to work out. And the reason I don't, even more so than preserving my palm and not hurting myself, I don't want to ruin the stick on this N64 controller for Switch Online. But Metcon was saying super affordable for a MacBook. Basically, was going to kill the ThinkPad Chromebook market for K-12 and entry-level laptops. OBS and Streamlabs was a nightmare on Mac in 2020 when you first tried it. It seems fine. Fortunately, same experience as Windows. Oh, okay. I have not tried. I haven't even considered attempting to stream on a Macintosh. You know, if streaming on a Mac is viable, if streaming on a Mac is viable, I could very well, I wouldn't mind exiting the Windows architecture, because the only reason I even went into Windows was because I didn't want to, because I wanted to stream, and at the time, Windows was basically, like, your best available option, unless you were a hardcore, like, hobbyist and knew how to do a lot of deep things you needed to do to get it running on, like, Windows at the, or on Linux at the time. All the things that were plausible, but no, I have an Apple background. Like, yes, my first computer was a black and white small form factor Macintosh. I know I've shown you those pictures of MechaKong, and in fact, I think they might be featured in some of my videos, my autism advocacy videos later. Yeah, my first PC I had in my home was a small form factor Macintosh. The first computer I used was an Apple II. I did have an IBM PS2, like, meaning personal system 2, not the Sony PlayStation 2, that I used, that I, did my homework on for a while, because that, unlike my small form factor Mac, which I learned to type on, my IBM had an actual printer to go with it. But that was when I was, you being able to print my homework up on it and doing a lot of DOS gaming. But then my first internet-capable computer was a original generation iMac, and then throughout high school and college, I was using iBooks and then later MacBooks when it switched over to Intel. And yeah, I actually think that.
Ready? Go!
Now that I'm looking a little closer at your chat message, you're saying specifically Mac Mini. Do you think a Mac Mini could handle streaming properly? Because, like, I guess my instinct would be to just go overkill for, like, my long-term, I guess, computing needs and get, like, I guess a Mac Pro or something wild like that if I was going to get a desktop Mac. You think a Mac Mini could handle it? Because I know my computer that I was going to use for my little library office setup in my new apartment, I was actually just going to have a Raspberry Pi running on a Raspberry Pi monitor. I've showed you that setup, I think, before in chat. But that computer would be basically, like, as far as possibly learning some programming and coding stuff. And I'll never be a serious programmer coder. I just I'll probably be like doing at most, like, probably middle school at most level programming coding stuff, but I just want to learn. I just want to get into it. If I plan on doing 4K video editing, for me, you only need to spec up nowadays if you're doing 4K video editing or very extensive programming. Peach got a bootleg cake that she can't even eat as a star. That's an interesting thought. No, I don't know, like, are modern Mac Pros actually, like, expandable to any meaningful extent? And she got bamboozled twice, wow. Because I know, like, for a while they had those that's my only thing I could, like, when I think of Mac Mini, I think almost, well, the thing is, well, I'd probably use a Raspberry Pi for this more so than anything, but just to get, like, a dumb TV and have a Mac Mini, or not, a Mac Mini, or like a Raspberry Pi, I honestly would use a Raspberry Pi for this more so than anything else, plugged into the dumb TV, so I'd have my Blu-ray player, my VCR, and my game consoles, and then, like, my computer, you know, probably a Raspberry Pi, would do any stuff like, oh, if I want to watch Netflix, I don't even have a Netflix account, or do anything on YouTube or anything like that, I just do it on browser, and just have one of those small form factor wireless keyboard with a trackpad on it to do all my, television entertainment stuff that I'd want to do. And mind you, the TV I'd get would probably, like, I have 2 desktop monitors on my desk right now. Desktop computer monitors. The only reason I'd get a television and not a large monitor is just because I would actually want to, you know, be able to plug in an antenna and get my basic, you know, free over-the-air broadcast channels if I needed to watch the news for weather or anything like that. But I have not watched traditional television. I have not even watched, I don't watch television. In terms of, like, yeah, I don't watch over-the-air TV, I haven't watched cable, I haven't watched satellite, and I haven't even watched, like, Netflix or Disney Plus or anything on... first off, I have Amazon only as a side effect of, you know, streaming on Twitch for those benefits for Twitch streamers. But I have not watched even, like, streaming services on a TV in years and years and years. Alright, we're down to the last 5 turns already. Yeah, they used... In Mario Party 2, they bring in a separate character to predict who will win. But in Mario Party 1, Koopa himself predicts. And he doesn't get it... And the person who gets chosen as the prediction is going to be... they get a 5-coin bonus. That's not a thing here. Because you already get a 10-coin bonus just for completing laps. You notice in Mario Party 2, in all modes except for the trial mode we just played a little while ago, earlier in the stream... when you do, in all modes except trial mode, you do not get a 5-coin bonus for completing a lap. You do get that in Mario Party 1, which I think is more to sort of balance the fact that you are able to lose coins. You lose, there's a much greater emphasis on losing coins within the minigames and within board game play. That doesn't exist in Mario Party 2. Yeah, but the program... No, I'm gonna have basically, like, sort of my lightweight hobby computer. As, yeah, I'm gonna have, like, a lightweight hobby computer. And, yeah, you know, because... And I'm just thinking of all the different options, because I could do, like... Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, streaming on a... I'm just thinking of my future setup. You know, it's not something I'm going to do immediately upon moving, but... Yeah, I could use the PC I have to be, like, my recreational PC. And I could use and have it in the same setup, and use it for gaming stuff when it's time for, you know, just things like... Alright. Yeah, if we're just casually watching YouTube at a computer, in a computer setting. Nice. Doggone. Okay, I thought it was on Mario's team for some reason. Joke's on me. Okay. Yeah, I could use the PC I'm using now for, like, my casual, personal, recreational stuff. But then, like, my Raspberry Pi that I'm going to set up in my office library thing, that's going to be for, like, I guess, like, it would also be for hobby stuff. I separate hobby from recreation. Like, I guess hobby's an enrichment, I guess, because I'm going to use that setup for when I do my model kits. I'm going to use it for that as well. I'm going to use it for model kit building. I'm going to use it for reading and writing. So reading other people's material, writing my own material, and for, you know, practicing and studying music, and for learning and studying languages, and study of the English language itself. Because there was a while, and I did enjoy it. It's before the last time I moved, I was getting deeper study of the English language itself. And when you're a native English speaker, or I guess this would apply for any language. When you're a native English speaker, and when you already have, like, a Bachelor's of Arts degree in English and writing, it's very easy to get, I guess... Oh, come on, Peach. We're all doing this. Oh, God, I'm possessed. Doggone it. Doggone, I'm possessed. It's very easy to lose sight of the fact that you still have a lot that you can learn. Okay, we're doomed. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're doomed. Yeah, we're doomed. In a very creepy manner. Watching us, they all got possessed and they all just ran straight into the giant, like, ghost that kills them. And we all lost 5 coins for that one. Oh, what was I talking about before the minigame? I was commenting on the minigame, but then, no, just for English language, yeah. How, just advancing my knowledgeability of English and being able to better improve my skills as a writer. And as a reader as well. Just all these little things. Like, we're all, I believe, we all speak English in my community. So who the heck is aware, who speaks English here, of what a gerund is? Yeah, there's a thing called a gerund. We use it all the time in a daily speech, and the fact that there's a specific name for that mechanic or that type of word, oh my gosh, again, is something that is very... No, there's all these little things still to learn about English, even if you've been speaking it, your entire life and, into adulthood. Yeah, Coin Block Blitz. This is the minigame I thought we were about to get before. So this is the first real appearance of traditional... Yeah, the first real appearance of traditional coin blocks in a Mario game. And you notice that, unlike Mario 64, we are in a very specifically fixed camera perspective. Yeah, I think I got the most. Yeah, the one game where there should be, like, punching mechanics, there isn't really. I got 12 out of that. Yeah. Last 2 turns. Yeah, yeah, I'm actually excited. We're gonna play Mario Party 3 after this for the first time since it came out in, I believe, 2000. And I and it's all new mini games, I'm gonna be totally like floundering. Now there are some some Mario Party 3 mini games that I may have played in Mario Party Superstars. Yeah, the thought of having a Mac Mini to be my dedicated streaming PC is a very interesting thought, and then I could use my, if I ever want to play, you know, I think I'd feel a lot more confident playing Final Fantasy, like the Final Fantasy 7 remake series. I feel like I'd feel a lot more confident. I mean, I have a very powerful PC as it is, but I just don't want to have to deal with, if I have a problem with the game, I don't want it to affect the stream. If I don't have a problem with the stream, I don't want the game to have to rule that out as a... So this mini game is really ridiculously easy, because I think what they decided to do is, I think they're having trouble... Oh, I got bamboozled. I got a little overly confident there. I think they're having trouble convincingly simulating the computer player, because the idea is you have to both press the same directional stick direction at the same time in order to move the skis forward. Yeah, this could be... Yeah, this could yeah, having a Mac Mini as my streaming PC and having my current Windows PC be my PC for playing games on. It could definitely be something that could be very... Yeah, this could be something that could actually end up working out really well. Yeah, now that you're mentioning it, yeah. And the thing is, the Mac Mini itself is so small that it would really only take up about as much space as the computer, like as like a console. Because I have my main desk that I have my computers on, Yes, I do have multiple computers on here, only one of which I actually stream with. Yeah, only one of which I actually stream with. But then, this is further complicated. I'm probably going to have... Yeah. No, I'm just thinking of how I do this, because one thing I definitely want to do with my new PC, with my new setup, I want to have a standing desk that I can... well, an adjustable desk that could have standing mode, but then I want to have enough space behind me that... Yeah, I want to have enough space behind me that I could potentially do full, like, stand-up, like, full-body VR, potentially. And then I want to have enough space in front of me that I could have my PC and my consoles on a separate desk with where they're all very accessible. I don't want to have to squeeze behind a desk, so basically I don't want to have my desk against a wall. Or have the consoles and computers against a wall. So if I need to adjust cables or swap things around, it's not a big deal. And that's how I have it set up currently. But then another hang up I have is that I want to have my back against a wall somewhere. I don't like having my back turned to the door of whatever room I'm in. That's just a lifelong thing I've always had. Like, I prefer being able to see the door and what's coming in and out. Not that I've ever had any, like, trauma or emergency regarding, like, security or safety or roommates or housemates being annoying, but it's just how I'd like to have it. So that's very rapidly limiting my options in terms of what I could potentially do for a bed. I mean, for my streaming setup. Yeah, we didn't win this time, guys, but we had fun anyway. Congratulations. Yeah, and you know, I don't know how I ended up... You know, I guess what must have happened with Mario Party and Mario Party 2 is that somehow I guess what I had to have done is that I had a save state from before I beat the game, and I loaded back up and started playing and saved over my previous main file. And there's Mario Party in that mean-spirited way that it likes to All right, so next we're gonna go to my next autism video, which is one I debuted about 2 months ago. Unlike my previous video that we did earlier in the stream, it is actually not something. Some of my viewers may have already seen this, but we're gonna do it again. And then later we're gonna have an all-new autism video, one that I actually recorded before the last one. Yeah, these little CG animations were the character portraits. It's not something you see in the in Mario Party 2, and it's very interesting that they got rid of that. Ah. Yeah, we actually lost coins from our coin twiddle for that. Yeah, coin stars don't get translated into coins, and only the actual people playing, the computer characters' progress doesn't count. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to my next autism advocacy video, which is a half hour. If ads spring up, I will be active and present in chat if anyone wants to talk to me about this. If ads pop up, I'm going to pause the video and cut to a break screen for a minute, only during the ad break itself. But, so here's our second autism video. And, I'm going to pause myself. And, we'll get started. And after this, of course, we're going to play some Mario Party 3. For Dr. Spear to go to TikTok, seeking examples of autism misinformation, and somehow deciding that this innocent autistic woman, who was accurately describing the use of therapeutic equipment, was an appropriate specimen of such concerns. Given the frequent nature of autism discourse on TikTok, it's like a treasure hunter having the keys to Fort Knox and somehow making off with nothing but a handful of pennies while boasting to the world that they found gold. It certainly is impressive, but not in a way that makes said treasure hunter look competent or knowledgeable. Dr. Hannah Spear of the YouTube podcast Psychobabble has senselessly defamed the TikTok user Sound of the Forest by ridiculing her over innocent footage she posted of herself using a sensory swing while accurately explaining its construction and use. Dr. Spear maliciously misrepresented this clinically diagnosed autistic person's sensory swing as the narcissistic personal invention of a so-called Cluster B girl who allegedly built it to further an insincere fantasy of being autistic, an act that Dr. Spear claims was the result of this person having been denied affection by her parents during childhood. Dr. Spear directly connected this unfounded theory of hers with the idea that so-called new autism treatments like the sensory swing were catering to the fantasies of people with narcissism and other personality disorders who were wrongfully demanding that society accommodate their poor behavior.
So these new treatments of autism, it is their fantasy made real. Just look at this girl. She's having a cocoon made while she is imitating Luna Lovegood from Harry Potter.
So this is my sensory swing.
Even the most cursory research into this matter makes obvious that equipment such as sensory swings has been written about extensively in professional-grade medical literature since the 1970s and has been deployed in clinically administered occupational therapy for over 50 years, in addition to providing in-home comfort. While Dr. Spear mocked and smeared this equipment as an example of recent leftist meddling to the autism definition to enable disability impersonating narcissistic women to be coddled under the guise of autism therapy, the reality is that for multiple generations, these tools have not only brought joy and support to people with autism and other disabilities, but have opened doors for people with natural disadvantages and unusual sensory requirements to enhance their capabilities and cope with a world they desperately seek inclusion in, but often find themselves alienated from. If Dr. Spear has sincere and well-considered concerns with the sensory integration techniques pioneered by Dr. A. Jean Ayres over 50 years ago, and wants to avoid criticisms and concepts of autism care and treatment in which sensory swings are used, then Dr. Spear certainly failed to express those concerns in that clip of hers, which was featured as the conclusion to a video titled "How Autism Was Hijacked by Narcissists." I can't speak for how Dr. Spear may have presented and discussed Sound of the Forest TikTok footage in her subscriber-exclusive full-length video, but in its freely presented form intended to promote paid memberships to her YouTube channel, Dr. Spear's priority with this out-of-context clip was not to inform the public or to critically examine concepts of autism treatment. Dr. Spear's goal here was instead to entertain her audience and entice potential customers by targeting a clinically diagnosed autism spectrum disorder patient to be ridiculed and gawked at, to question that person's character and trustworthiness, and to misrepresent the sensory swings she enjoys in her own home for comfort as somehow being the absurd narcissistic invention of a disability impersonator obsessed with returning to the womb to compensate for affection she was allegedly denied by her parents.
And here's another example of how cluster B girls are claiming the autism diagnosis and using these sort of therapies to get what they have always fantasized about, because cluster B girls are always pining for the care and attention that they didn't get from their parents. So these new treatments of autism, it is their fantasy made real. Just look at this girl. She's having a cocoon made while she is imitating Luna Lovegood from Harry Potter.
Sensory swings can be used to apply deep pressure, which can be very calming for autistic people.
Sensory swings are used in all types of therapies and aren't just for autistic people.
Dr. Spear, by implication at the very least, attacked this person as a performatively eccentric, non-autistic narcissist who was pawning off flawed personal theories of hers as autism education. In reality, the professionally diagnosed autistic person Dr. Spear targeted not only consistently uses her online platform to explicitly reject the actual misinformation that autism is a so-called superpower, but she has also been discussing how her autism has been limiting and disabling, including serialized life-threatening incidents that required hospitalization. This couldn't possibly be further from Dr. Spear's allegations of this woman selling autism as an impairment-free, quirky fantasy while imitating a Harry Potter character, with that last detail being nothing but a petty insult based on her superficial resemblance to a fictional person who isn't even said to be, in the books, to be autistic. For Dr. Spear to go to TikTok seeking examples of autism misinformation and somehow deciding that this innocent autistic woman, who was accurately describing the use of therapeutic equipment, was an appropriate specimen of such concerns. Given the frequent nature of autism discourse on TikTok, it's like a treasure hunter having the keys to Fort Knox and somehow making off with nothing but a handful of pennies while boasting to the world that they found gold. It certainly is impressive, but not in a way that makes said treasure hunter look competent or knowledgeable. And for Spear to present herself to the public as a healthcare practitioner and subject matter expert on disability and mental health, only to use that position of perceived authority to publicly attack the character of the patients of other doctors, patients who Dr. Spear has never met or worked with, and then concoct elaborate and scathing, unfounded assessments of their personal biographical history and implications against their parents of being neglectful, all because Dr. Spear is unhappy with the diagnoses that these people were given by their own actual doctors. It's not only immensely unprofessional behavior, But it's especially weird when Spear presents herself as the reserved and rational voice of common sense. Far from that, Spear is instead acting as though she were the heroic main character of mental health care, with the self-anointed superpower to confiscate the diagnoses issued to the patients of other doctors, and the additional superpower to reassess and re-diagnose those patients who she's never met, and to do that based on social media clips which she has personally cherry-picked and deceptively presented to validate her predetermined conclusion that these clinically diagnosed autistic people were actually scheming narcissists abusing the autism designation to be rewarded for their bad behavior. Given Spear's provable habit of misrepresenting clinical definitions of disability, to strip people she dislikes of any sense of impairment or deservingness for understanding, and then fabricating the personal histories of strangers that she has marked as ideological enemies of common sense and traditional values, merely due to their having been diagnosed by their own doctors with disorders Dr. Spear, a stranger, doesn't approve of them having. Well, considering all that, I certainly would hope that those watching Dr. Spear's videos would think twice before trusting anything she says without checking against outside sources. And for those unfamiliar with these issues, or who may have trusted Dr. Spear, who weren't aware of this, even disability experts and professional-grade medical literature, including textbooks from multiple decades ago, and with zero connections to disability activism or to the online neurodiversity movement, directly contradict many of Dr. Spear's generalized claims and accusations against people that she hasn't blessed with her personal permission to be part of the disability community. Based on her freely published video material, I have the impression that Dr. Spear's personal opinion is that only non-speaking autistics who will require 24/7 lifelong care and who are unable to attempt careers are legitimate in receiving an autism diagnosis and any associated disability services and societal consideration as people deserving of patience or accommodation. If that does turn out to be what Dr. Spear actually believes, it's nothing more than her personal opinion, not proof that invalidates clinical descriptions of disability dating back not just multiple decades, but entire generations. And in fact, that theoretical definition of so-called true autism, as Spear called it in her video, would not only invalidate the profiles of autistic people that Leo Kanner worked with, but people who Leo Kanner worked with who did speak and who did pursue careers later in life. And if you don't know who Leo Kanner is, he established the modern concept of autism back in the 20th century, though Dr. Spear invokes his name as though to crown herself with the authority to decree that people diagnosed after Kanner's time, who don't outwardly resemble 1950s black and white stock footage of autistic hospital patients, therefore can't possibly be legitimately disabled in a way worthy of clinical attention or recognition as part of the autism spectrum.
As you see here, when Leo Kanner introduced the term infantile autism in 1943, he wasn't talking about socially awkward, misunderstood introverts. He was describing kids with profound impairments.
Spear vilifies the contemporary diagnostic eligibility of autistic people she seemingly thinks of as too successful or too normal, as what she calls a long march of diagnostic expansion.
For decades, that's what autism meant. Rare, severe, and unmistakable. Then came psychiatry's long march of diagnostic expansion.
Dr. Spear's expertly selected Red Scare dog whistle phrasing insinuates the formal recognition of what some may call high-functioning autism to be a newfangled leftist political opinion rather than a long-established apolitical consensus of legitimate medical science. And I would love to see her attempt to be more explicitly biased against entire categories of disabled people than to malign them as ideological and political enemies by mere virtue of their being clinically recognized as deserving of help.
Oh, you communists, you're so cruel!
The bias displayed by Dr. Spear against so-called high-functioning autistic people is so transparent that she opens her video by contrasting archival footage of autistic children that was filmed in hospitals with screenshots of Sheldon Cooper from Big Bang Theory, a comedy television character who isn't even said to be autistic on the actual show. A character who many autistic neurodiversity proponent self-advocates reject, specifically due to its perpetuation of the myth of autism as a funny genius superpower absent of clinically significant impairment.
How have we gone from diagnosing children with severe life-limiting impairments to diagnosing adult women who watched Sheldon and saw themselves in him?
This myth is opposed by a great many autistic self-advocates on the basis that it threatens access to services, accommodation, and societal understanding that disabled people of all support needs levels depend upon to struggle towards reaching and maintaining their full potential and being safe from judgment and stigma while doing so. So do intentionally repeat myself. By targeting Sound of the Forest TikTok channel and the way that she has with these accusations and criticisms, which are misdirected, baseless, or both, Dr. Spear blames these autism trivializing stereotypes on a clinically diagnosed autism spectrum disorder diagnosed person who has explicitly spoken out multiple times against the autistic superpower narrative, to the point where she's even rejected such comments that are offered to her by her viewers as personal compliments. Dr. Spear comparing educational hospital footage of patients with screenshots of a laughingstock nerd sitcom character who isn't even claimed to be disabled, and using that as the basis to discredit real-life disabled strangers who Dr. Spear, without having met or worked with them, thinks aren't suffering enough or impaired enough to be legitimately disabled. It personally doesn't strike me as the logic of an expert who deserves to be taken seriously. There may be significant imperfections with the DSM-5's diagnostic nomenclature and organization of neurodevelopmental disabilities overall, and there are certainly opportunities to improve the concepts of healthcare and other services disabled people depend upon. But attacking and ridiculing end-level patients is not the path to change, especially not from someone who hopes to get paid to present her hollow personal theories as credible and trustworthy healthcare information, all while marking people who are accurately describing sensory therapy tools and techniques as narcissistic enemies of those with so-called true impairments. And make no mistake, I'm not challenging Dr. Spear simply because she's questioning the DSM-5 or challenging social media talking points that trivialize disability or spread autism misinformation. Because if Spear was properly doing that, I wouldn't be filming right now. In that spirit, I'll provide a link to Cindy Wall's video presentation hosted by the National Council on Severe Autism, which confronts online activity by certain autism advocates, as well as corrects certain online autism misinformation. Cindy's presentation contains none of the conceptual or factual mistakes I've addressed today in Dr. Spear's video on the same subjects, and I would go so far as to recommend it as a positive example on how to address these issues without targeting end-level ASD patients for ridicule in the way that Dr. Spear did in her video. And before anyone makes the mistake of accusing me of recommending Cindy Wall or mentioning the NCSA because I'm fans of theirs, or because they're neurodiversity proponents, or supporters of the DSM-5's autism definitions, you need to be aware that not only is Cindy Wall openly critical of the DSM-5's description of the neurodevelopmental disabilities range that includes autism, but she's someone that I've had extreme disagreements with in terms of some of her opinions on autism, and I've made over 24 hours of videos extensively criticizing the National Council on Severe Autism that hosted Cindy's webinar, a webinar which I'm now recommending as a positive example on how to challenge online autism misinformation without smearing entire clinically recognized subcategories of autistic people as a villainous cabal of narcissistic disability impersonators. For more detailed criticisms of mine regarding Dr. Spear and other opponents of respect towards disabled people, please check out my channel for my other videos. Or you could just watch me play and talk about video games or enjoy my poetry. I'll see you all next time, and thanks for watching. Hi everybody, I thought I was finished with this video. In fact, all the filming and editing was complete 90% of the way to being ready to upload, and then I found something so incredible that I had to comment on it. And I want to clarify that no matter how little I like Dr. Hannah Spear, I really felt it was a matter of responsibility that I propose the possibility that she may have well-informed, carefully considered criticisms of sensory integration theory as was developed and initially proposed by Dr. A. Jean Ayres more than 50 years ago, but that to sell those subscriptions to her channel, those paid subscriptions, she, threw Sound of the Forest on TikTok under the bus and presented this sort of mockery of, oh, look at this ridiculous person, as a way to, entice paid memberships to her channel. That would be incredibly cowardly and reprehensible. But I had to leave open the possibility that she may have actual well-considered criticisms of sensory integration theory, and having a principled position of acceptance for free inquiry, whether I agree with anything in particular or not. I felt I had to present that to my potential tiny little minuscule audience here on YouTube. But then for some reason I decided to scroll down to the bottom of the comments for her video, and I found this comment from one of Dr. Spear's viewers saying, "A sensory swing? Honestly." So someone who watched this never heard of sensory swings until seeing how Dr. Spear presented Sound of the Forest's explanation of them. So this is someone who, thanks to Dr. Spear's video, now thinks that sensory swings are this ridiculous revisionist thing that this TikToker came up with to get attention and to narcissistically roleplay as having a disability. That would be interesting enough. But then Dr. Spear herself replied to the comment, saying that she was shocked. She couldn't believe it. And I was just blown away by this. So either Dr. Spear is knowing that her presentation of Sound of the Forest clip was explicitly misleading at best, if not an outright defamatory lie. Or Dr. Spear sincerely never heard of therapy equipment such as sensory swings, never learned about sensory integration theory and its use in professionally administered occupational therapy for people with autism and other disabilities, and the use of similar equipment for at-home enjoyment and comfort by disabled people. Which would mean that if that's true, it would mean that Dr. Spear actually saw Sound of the Forest's TikTok as her first exposure to sensory integration theory, which Dr. Spear presents as this revisionist liberal distortion of autism care and treatment that came out of nowhere, when this is something that has been established for more than 50 years. And it's really incredible, the idea that Dr. Spear would present herself as not only as an expert on these issues, but one with enhanced understanding of these things, to the point where she wants people to listen to her over other experts and professionals on disability care and treatment. And it would be like if I was watching a video by a doctorate level mathematician who found some random person's video who wrote out a math equation and said, haha, look at that idiot. Not only did they draw their plus sign crooked in their equation, they think that 5 plus 3 is 15, without understanding that they're not performing addition, they're performing multiplication. And this person never heard of multiplication before, in spite of being a doctorate level mathematics expert, supposedly. And if Dr. Spear did have detailed criticisms of sensory integration theory, and she wanted to do a GoFundMe so that she could raise money to do a scholarly clinical study on the effectiveness of sensory integration theory, I would be all for that, because I'm not against inquiry that challenges established concepts of healthcare and understanding of human brain functionality that could potentially help people like me and people like many of my classmates and friends who actually were in professionally administered therapy that employed these concepts. If something could come about that would provide better help, better stacking of the odds in the favor of disabled people to have the most independent functionality and potential for self-reliance possible, I would be all for that. But that's not what Dr. Spear's doing here. Best case scenario. I mean, I don't know. There is no best case scenario. Any explanation for this looks bad. Either Dr. Spear deliberately and knowingly lied about Sound of the Forest's explanation of sensory swings to make her look bad in order to make her, Dr. Spear herself, look like this superior voice of reason, laughing at these ridiculous, narcissistic, antisocial, evil people that are lying about disability and autism in order to feign and impersonate disabilities. Or she literally did not know about a major aspect of autism care and treatment while making a video criticizing established notions of autism care and treatment. Like, I don't even care if Dr. Spear thinks that sensory integration theory, as pioneered over 50 years ago, isn't effective. That's fine. That's her opinion to have, especially if she could back it up with proposals for improved forms of therapy or proposals for a scholarly study to be done. Like, that would be fine. But she's misrepresenting concepts of autism care and treatment in order to ridicule clinically diagnosed N-level patients. And I don't know how anyone's supposed to be able to trust this person. And given the nature in which Dr. Spear sells herself and explains herself, and given the motivations of a lot of her viewers, seemingly, who are supportive of her, it seems like she would defend this by making it an issue of liberals versus conservatives, or common sense versus ridiculous revisionist nonsense.
Welcome back to Psychobabble, where we expose bad therapy and the liberal narratives that contribute to our poor mental health. I'm Hannah Spear. Please like and subscribe.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
As you see here, when Leo Kanner introduced the term infantile autism in 1943, he wasn't talking about socially awkward, misunderstood introverts.
But Dr. Spear is evoking mid 20th century inquiry into autism to reinforce her own ideas that, oh, like, I have the real ideas, the real concepts of autism care and treatment and understanding of human brain functionality in relation to disability. It's these new revisionist things, this insurgent liberal nonsense like this sensory swing that's ruining disability care and treatment.
So these new treatments of autism, it is their fantasy made real. Just look at this girl. She's having a cocoon made while she is imitating Luna Lovegood from Harry Potter.
So this is my sensory swing.
Completely leaving out or being completely ignorant of the fact that these concepts of autism care and treatment date back over 50 years. So once again, Dr. Spear, if you're watching this, you need to watch no, she's not a doctor. You need to watch Cindy Wall's video about confronting online autism misinformation from the National Council on Severe Autism, because I have significant disagreements with a number of things that Cindy Wall has said. I've made over 24 hours of elaborate, detailed criticisms of the National Council on Severe Autism. Yet, her webinar by someone I frequently disagree with on autism, that was hosted by an organization which I've made over 24 hours of critical videos against, has none of the problems that you've managed to work into your video. So it's not a matter of me being mad because you're critical of the DSM-5 construction of the neurodevelopmental disabilities range. It's not a matter of me being pissed because you're confronting online autism misinformation. I'm confronting you because you've taken actual accurate information about autism and fundamentally misrepresented it and defamed people in order to make yourself look like an expert. So to wrap this up, Dr. Spear, this is not a matter of you being critical of online autism misinformation. It's not a matter of you being critical of the DSM-5's construction of the neurodevelopmental disabilities range. It's not a matter of you being critical of aspects of the neurodiversity paradigm or of certain aspects of online activism and advocacy relating to autism. The issue is that you, at best, have been proven to say things about autism and other disabilities that are concretely untrue, with your incomplete explanation of the clinical definition of Asperger's being just a surface level example of that, let alone your either fundamental lack of understanding of sensory integration theory, or your willingness to lie about it to make people look bad and to make actual clinically administered methods of autism care and treatment that have been in use for over 50 years look like the ridiculous personal fantasies of random TikTokers. So, and now these words are not my own, but I want to quote a quote that I think is very relevant to this situation. And is to let you know that I exist and that I'm sort of a threat to your terrible ideas. And anytime you go to publish them again without proper referencing, you just know that I exist, I'm in the world, and that if you're going to publish something that's absolute rubbish, I'm going to call you out on it and embarrass you publicly. I'm not going to attack you personally, but I'm going to attack your ideas and show that you don't know what you're talking about. Now, those words are not mine. Those are the words of James Nuzzo. And if you think that me saying that sounds unhinged or unreasonable, you need to think twice about letting your guests say things like that on your show in relation to ideas you personally don't like. So, I think that's enough. I'm sick of talking about this. Thank you for watching. Alright, I was able to stop the video before it turned into some kind of weird and inappropriate ad that I would not have asked for. So, before we get back into Mario Party, I'm going to drop in the link to our third
For Dr. Spear to
and
go to
final
TikTok
video.
seeking examples of autism.
Oh no, that's the same video from before. Hold on. No, we need... Alright, this, I have to drop in the link for... There we go. Our third and final video.
These new treatments of autism, it is their
Oh yeah, which we will look at in a little while. But first, we need to get back to Mario Party. Hold on. Which, in in the background, I've been playing some... I went back to Mario Party 2 in the background. Hi, everybody. I'm live again. And, I've been back in Mario Party 2. We were playing Mario Party 1 for a little while. And the reason I'm back in Mario Party 2 is because I'm very close to having purchased all the mini-games in Mario Party 2. So, I wanted to play a little trial mode. So I'll play a few turns of trial mode. And, yeah, hi, Live H. Live in front of a camera, but it's a camera that's operating a motion capture animation program, rather than me just, you know, in line, you know, just seeing me in my apartment. My, little apartment that I won't have for too much longer, because I'm getting a bigger one. I'm glad I had where I'm at now, but, alright. Now this time, they better not freaking bamboozle me by not registering my button presses, because that's the reason why I lost this last time. It treated it as though I had just not pressed a button, and I most certainly did. Now the fact that he fakes you out all the time only makes it worse. Oh, doggone, okay. That one you, like, double faked out, and it would be so much fairer if you were playing with other actual people. But when you're playing with all, you know, AIs, it's like... just... I don't know how I enjoyed these games so much when I've never had other actual people to play with them, but... That's... I mean, I'm glad I enjoy them the way I do, but it's just kind of... a little counterintuitive. So 14. You only have 6 more turns. And I forgot whether or not trial actually counts towards your coin total at the end. So if it doesn't, then we did all this for nothing. But after this, we're gonna play a little Mario Party 3. It's gonna be fun. We'll definitely won't be unlocking playing anything similar to this Mario Party 3, because I haven't unlocked anything, because I never even booted it up in Switch Online before. Oh no, it's one of these, this minigame's awful. Yeah, so this is another... Yeah, this is... Oh, come on, come on. Alright. Oh, you know what happened? Okay. I never do good at this minigame anyway, but what happened specifically is that I've been playing Mario Party 1, and this minigame does exist in Mario Party 1. So I tried to play it as though I was playing Mario Party 1, where you rotated with the analog stick. But no, in this version you have to press A and B simultaneously, and in both versions, like, something about this just never worked properly. Alright. And 3, 2... 1v3 minigame, let's do it. Hey, Crane Game, one of the coin theft minigames that should have definitely stayed in Mario Party 1. And it's absolutely ridiculous that this... Okay, and how this game would work in Mario Party 1 is you choose a character you want to steal coins from, you grab them, or you could choose a few treasure chest items if you want to go for something that's not going to struggle. In Mario Party 2, the player operating the crane, their goal is just to catch all 3 of the human characters, and basically, once I've never seen anyone actually escape from the person operating the crane. And of course, they're free to give themselves as much time as they want by getting these clock items. that don't give extra coins or anything, it just adds more time to the timer. I would rather have been... I think this has the same number of minigames as Mario Party 1. I would rather have -1 minigames and just have this removed from the annotation entirely with nothing to replace it than have this minigame in there. It should not have been added to Mario Party 2. And here I get to press A in vain, as it is effectively impossible to escape. The idea that you could escape once the character operating the crane grabs you is yet to be proven. For all I know, there's some kind of glitch that just makes pressing A as the person being grabbed not even work. Alright, 5 turns to go. Alright, let's see what we get. 9. I think we'll lap. Yeah, we got a 10... Excuse me, I kept saying 5 coin bonus earlier. No, it's a 10 coin bonus. It's a pretty substantial bonus. Alright. Hey, filet relay. Here we go. Yeah, and yes, if anyone who's just come in, I am in fact playing as Luigi. And, yeah, basically, oh, that was massive dog duty, okay? What's going on here? What? What? I've never had that happen before, like, and yeah, in my traditional, yeah, normally that's not a game I normally worry about not winning. Alright. Alright, let's see what we get. 8. And... oh... Hey, Looney Lumberjacks. So this game, unlike the Skis game... I don't know, actually no. It's the same as the Skis game in Mario... This is kind of just a reskin of the Skis game from Mario Party 1. Only it uses the A and B... What?! I've never lost that before. Yeah, I've never lost... I know that may be, without exaggeration, the first time in my entire life that I've lost that minigame. Which I will attest purely to me trying to stop and explain that in a way that I had to think about a bit. So I lost a few keystrokes. Lost, you know, a quarter second or so that I would have needed to win. Alright. I'm not doing the best right now, but... Alright. This is that minigame with these were these fast-moving carts with... Oh, doggone. Ah. Whew. Yeah, I'm not even in the top 2. Alright. Yeah, enjoy yourself, Yoshi. Yeah, but they are... I'm doing this more so to earn coins overall. More so than anything else, so... Alright. Hey, Honeycomb Havoc. Well, this game seems really popular today for some reason in the in our roulette. Roulette being just, you know, the randomizer for choosing games. Okay. I believe I'm safe for this one. Oh no, actually... Okay. Yeah, I thought... Okay, I thought so. I'm like, I thought the way I counted this, I was guaranteed not to be the first eliminated. Okay. Alright, so... You know, it just occurred to me, there's a tree in Yoshi's story for N64. Alright. I'm guaranteed not to get eliminated this time. It's gonna be Yoshi. I mean, Mario that gets eliminated, or Yoshi if he's a silly dumbass. Okay. Now it's a duel between me and Yoshi. Now we're both trying to force each other to take the last fruit at this point. Yoshi, you're silly. Why'd you do that? You're done. And I'm gonna get more than 10 coins out of this since I got that, at least that one bonus coin there. I wasn't paying attention to any other bonus coins that are out there. Alright. Last 2 turns. Yeah, I don't really think... Yeah, there's no real way for coins to leave the game, like in Mario Party 1, and in this mode in particular. Coins might change between players, but there's no way for coins to leave the game. Like, there's not even an item shop you can use. So, the more players complete laps, the better it'll be for my goal, which is to buy all of the items. I mean, all of the mini-games, rather, not all the items. Hey, and I'm it in a 1v3 minigame. And it's moved to the music, where I basically have to make a bunch of... Yeah, I have to make a bunch of moves for them all to copy. Only Peach is holding it together. If I bamboozle Peach, this is it. Alright, and they're... Ah, yeah! We win. I win. Not them, I win. Alright. Last turn. Peach gets another 10 coins, and... And it looks like if I don't land... I hope it lands on red or on a green space that turns us red. Okay, the last game of the match is going to be a 1v3. Okay. My strategy is to have my character be in the air for as much as possible. To have their feet touching the little roller spindle thing that unintentionally has what could be interpreted as a nuclear warning symbol on the side. This is one of those games, I mean, I keep saying it, and there's almost no point in it. It's one of those games that are probably better with actual people than with NPCs. I know when I'm in a 1v3 minigame and I'm operating the handle, I feel like the game's rigged. I feel like I always lose. Alright. Alright, let's see who wins. Okay, it's gonna be Yoshi that wins. There's no mystery or anything to it. You know, I ordered Japanese delivery yesterday for dinner, and they brought. I got a seaweed salad from this place for the first time in over a year, and the seaweed salad, and I never seen this before. What they had done is they put like seaweed salad. Okay, here's the seaweed, and beneath it was actual lettuce, and I'm like, and most of what I'm like, this is so cheap. Yeah, I've never seen like a Japanese restaurant put a little bit of seaweed and then a bunch of just plain lettuce under it. I'm sure it's a cost-cutting measure. Yep, that's all the mini games we needed. That's all of them. There's like 1 or 2, I think, secret unlockables. But, now that we bought all the minigames, we can do the minigame coaster, which I can't win because... Yeah, we can never win that because, Slot Car Derby is in there. But let's play Mario Party 3 for the first time. This is the first time since... This is the first time in 26 years that I've played Mario Party 3. Gas prices are reflected in the lettuce. In the center of the vast universe, something something. It was a star that is born only once in 1,000 years, the Millennium Star. According to legend, whoever possessed this mythical star was destined to become the superstar of the universe. However, since the Millennium Star was but a newborn, it fell from the starry sky. Around that time, Mario and his friends were all happily relaxing, when suddenly the Millennium Star came crashing down. By the way, can you tell this is made in the year 2000 with all these Millennium references? Mario and his friends soon kept arguing over who should keep the Millennium Star. Seeing this, Lakitu came dangling a toy box from his rod. Mario Party? That's right. We could play Mario Party to see who the biggest superstar was. Okay, so apparently Mario Party is just a board game in this world. This is new lore. Mario and his friends were transported inside the toy box. So Mario Party in this setting is a board game that was brought to life by magic. And by the way, this is the last Mario Party game where you could play as Donkey Kong up until, I think, Mario Party Superstars. Greetings, I am the... Wait, I thought he was a newborn star. And he looks like an old man already. Follow me. Okay. I thought he was a newborn. He looks like a wise old man already. Okay. He looks like he's 1,000 years old already. It's weird. It's really surreal how this... I have not heard this music in 25 years. Yet it somehow, like, sounds, like, familiar and nostalgic to me. Well, we're obviously going to name this creating a file. Yeah, and Azure saying the gas prices are reflected in lettuce? I suppose so. Select a play mode. Story mode and party mode. I guess story mode? Game setup will take place before the story mode begins. So we will play as Luigi, as is the law in this stream. Let's see me get totally bamboozled. Let's go straight for hard mode. Minigame settings. Let's go for all. Are these settings okay? Yes. In the center of the vast universe, a remarkably bright star was born. We have to sit through this again? Come on. Well, at least this time I could button mash through it. I hate when games do this. I wouldn't have wasted our time with this before if I knew that we were going to see this again. Oh, this is so... I wish I did not have to... This is such a pain in the butt. Why would they make us do this twice? Greetings, I don't... Okay. Okay, this is actually new. As the adventure across many lands and collects the star stamps. Wit, kindness, strength, mischief, beauty. If you can collect all 7, I shall accept you as the top superstar in the universe. First, you must get forth to get the Wit Star Stamp. I forgot about all this. Do I actually have to perform in specific ways in order to earn those different stamps? I heard that. I've got to go tell the great Bowser. And of course, this is not Bowser Jr. This is Baby Bowser. Not to be confused with Baby Bowser, who is actually Bowser himself and during his infancy. He was, yeah. Okay, ready. Let's go to Chilly Waters. Alright. Hopefully this is not... We get to choose how many turns. We can make this relatively short. Welcome, Luigi. Battle Royale Round 1 is for the Witstar map. You'll play on this map in this round. Chilly Waters, Frosty Snowmen, and Perky Penguins. Now let's meet the challengers. I would have chosen Peach rather than Donkey Kong, but we don't get to... In story mode, the number of turns is set to 15. Oh, actually, that's fantastic, because in Mario Party 1 and 2, the lowest you could set is 20, and I would have rather played 15. The bonus option is on, the handicap is off. You've chosen to use all the mini-games. Yeah, let's do this. Actually, I'm very happy that we only have to play 15 turns. Okay. That was a cool, like, stretching effect on the star backdrop. And even the one time I did rent this game, back in 2000 or 2001, I definitely did not play this map, so this is actually an entirely new... It feels cool, like... I'm playing a brand new Nintendo 64 Mario Party map I have never played before. In this snowy, freezing land, you'll battle to become the superstar, and just as promised, if you win here, I'll stamp your card with the Witstar map. Okay, I thought these different virtues or characteristics were going to be things where you actually had to perform in a certain way, like for Wit, oh, you had to solve a lot of puzzles on the board map or something like that, but no, it seems like I'm thinking about it a little too hard.
Yahoo!
Finally, a present for everyone. I'll give you 10 coins, don't waste them. Good luck and try to become the superstar. Start the game. Let me show you where to find the first star. Oh, you get it from the Millennium Star instead of from Toad. That's a first for the series. Alright, got a 9. We lose a few points to the bank first turn. Yeah, imagine if every time you drove past a bank in real life, the teller came out and forcibly took $5 from you. Alright, let's learn. Okay, so 2, 2. So this, if we stay down here, we get to go up. Alright. This is the direction we want to be heading in, but we have nowhere close to the prop. I don't know I can't wait to find out what the Toad spaces do. Because that's a space that did not exist. Are you kidding me? Already you get the 5 coins that are in there? Putting Donkey Kong in first place? Okay. Yeah, like, I can't believe... Yeah, the year 2000 was a quarter century ago already. And like, I don't know, just culturally, it feels like the century's just beginning, but also like we're so deep into the century, and in certain ways both are true at once. Of course, the internet's changed the way we... Okay, so... I'm not going to practice for these. So, a hiding place will disappear after the seeker has chosen it. Be careful as the hiding places decrease. 3 players, while in curtains open, use the stick to hide. If the single player guesses your hiding spot, you lose. Yoshi moves and pushes the switch. Mario and Luigi DK use the analog stick to choose a hiding place. Okay. Okay, I took me a second to figure that out. So really, this is a better version of that. Of course, first turn, but of course there's nothing... Yeah, what you see graphically, I guess, has nothing to do with where you actually will hide. Or what's actually seen on screen. There's only one of us left. Is Mario gonna go for the mushroom? He's gonna go for the bush. Hey, we won! Even though I'm not on screen anymore, but our team won. Oh, it has these like flip card kind of displays for the coin count. That's interesting. All right, Yoshi loses 5 coins. I need to land on a blue. If I land on a blue spot, or if I don't buy an item, let's see what items I have a chance to buy. Welcome to Baby Bowser's Joint. Want to buy an item? You have the skeleton key, the reverse mushroom, the Bowser suit, the Boo Bell, item bag. I don't know what the item bag does, but you get 2 dice on the start of your turn. Skeleton key used to open gates. Poison mushroom moves an opponent's next move to the only 3 spaces. Reverse mushroom make an opponent move in the opposite direction for 1 turn. Cellular shopper. Use it to buy an item anytime, anywhere. You can even choose to call Toad or Baby Bowser. Huh. How much? Okay, these are all the blocks, not just the Bowser phone. Call Bowser. You'll visit anyone you tell him to. Then that player can enjoy a Bowser event. Dueling glove. Lucky lamp. Used to call the Mushroom Genie. And have her change the star's location on the map. Oh, okay. Because I'm like, the magic lamp in Mario Party 2 took the player to use it directly to the lamp. So I'm like, why does the lamp have a no symbol across it? Alright, yeah, we're not gonna buy an item this time. Nice, nice. Okay, so... Alright, we're good. Now we can see what the toad space does. And oh, the toad space is an item minigame. Hey, batter, batter. Alright. Oh, there's some pretty powerful items in this minigame that you could win, potentially. Wow. That's a heck of an item to get. I just don't... I wish it was more apparent on the map where the other star spawn points were. Yeah, 2 people already landed. So we could have a 1v3 or 2v2. We got a 2v2 minigame. Pump, pump, and away. Alright. Use A and B with good timing to pump up your rocket. Player's team. Just rocket. Okay. You could use A and B or A and Z. So this is really just kind of a reskin of the Bowser Balloon minigame. It very clearly has different timing. Oh, come. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, this song was definitely used in Mario Party Advance, and I recognize it more from Mario Party Advance than here, because... Okay. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that they decided to use music from Mario Party 3 and Mario Party Advance, which was like a 2004 release? Huh. What year? I need to check and see what year Mario Party Advance was. Swing and swipe. We'll see. We'll watch. We'll pay attention to how these mini games work. So we're trying to hit Baby Bowser with a hammer this time. So they're just gonna run around. You have to try to hit the one with the item you want. Okay. Warp block. That should do what it does. Same thing it does in Mario Party 2. With this being only the second Mario Party game to have purchasable or usable items within the board maps. I'm paranoid that like, how am I... Oh, you know what? Oh, doggone. Okay, so I thought I'd have a branching path here, but I missed this arrow that you see beneath the yellow star icon on the map. So I actually was supposed to be... I was supposed to come from... Okay, I'll have to come up and then down. And then I'll have the option to move left, and that's if Donkey Kong... Or if... Actually, no. If I go right... Actually, yeah. I do have a chance to get there first if I go right, so... I should have been more curious when Donkey Kong made the move that he did. Oh, I guess there's it looks like there's a randomized chance of you going a different route than the one you intend to. Alright, press B repeatedly to build a snowball, roll around to make it bigger. Then press... Okay, I think this minigame was in Mario Party Superstars, so... Okay, that was more a matter of me getting used to the controls than anything else. You know, this is a better minigame than Bumper Balls from Mario Party 1 and 2. But I would say Bumper Balls would be as good as this minigame if Bumper Balls did not have a stupid time limit in it. Alright. Alright, I'm just thinking about... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That was totally different than what I thought it was going to be. Yeah, of course it's the dual minigame. It looks like it seems like it was chosen based on what the most expensive thing that everyone could... that most players could afford was. Now it seems like it's just chosen by a roulette randomizer. All fired up. Let's see what this is. The potaboos are coming to get you. Do your best to avoid getting hit by a potaboo. You move and jump. The potaboos will make circles, cross, and other formations try to chase you down. The potaboos are the MaRiO word for these little living fireball enemies that often appear in Bowser's Castle. Oh, definitely. Oh gosh. Oh, doggone. Yeah, definitely better. Yeah, this is... It's fun losing at minigame. It's fun learning as I go with these new minigames. Even though it's the familiarity of being able to perform well consistently. Yeah, it's an appeal of the other minigame of Mario Party 1 and 2, but especially Mario Party 2, which I have more experience in, but I did not think I would be playing Mario Party 3 today on stream, but here we are. I'm having fun. Alright, so my first dual minigame didn't go so well, but we had fun. And yeah, that was a fun minigame even though it didn't do well, so... And it looks like Donkey Kong's gonna get the first star. But it looks like I'm going to be in a good position to potentially be able to make my way quickly to wherever the next star is. Alright. And in 3 minutes, we're going to have a forced break. So at that point, I'm going to take a little... well, a forced ad break. And at that point, I will take a little 5-minute break. And then we'll finish this Mario Party 3 round. And after that, we'll do my the third and biggest of the 3 autism videos of mine that we'll be doing. The one I uploaded most recently, but I actually filmed it before the one we saw a little while ago. Toadstool Titan. I can't wait to see what this is. Break the blocks to find the mushroom. Defeat your rivals by crashing into them. Move, jump, and attack before... powering up. Move, jump, attack. After powering up, move. You cannot defeat a player who is powered up. Just run away. Okay. Alright, I think I get a sense of what's going on. Uh-oh. This is one of those maps. This does not need a time limit. He keeps getting it. He keeps giving it to MaRiO. That's a minigame that does not need a time limit. But let's go to our break for now. I'll be back in 5 minutes. There'll be an ad break, and then we'll get back to Mario Party. Hey, I'm back. Where's my button? Where's my button to bring back Mario Party? There's my button to bring back Mario Party. Hey, everybody. Okay. So we were about to do an item mini game, and it's going to be one we haven't seen before. Bobbing Balloons, the first time we get to play a Mario Party 4 mini game. Time your arrow to shoot down an item. Oh, you know, I think I know what this, okay. So we've got, alright, I think I'm gonna go for the you know what? I'm gonna go for the plunder chest to steal the I guess, anti-lamp. Oh, of course it's in the back. Oh, I got the key. I didn't mean to, but I got it. I think you could hold 2 items at once in this mini game. Yeah, I was not familiar with the timing on that, so yeah, and I made the specific choice not to practice, so. Uh-oh. You've got these action segments in the actual game board. Okay, and it actually says who it's going to impact. Alright, that's nice. I'm glad it says who it's going to impact in advance. Yeah, the equivalent moments like that in Mario Party 1 or 2, the players would not have any active, I guess, ability to impact the results. We have a 10-point battle. I have a chance to become second place. Eyesore. Alright. So, run circles around Big Mr. I to shrink him down to size. Complete 15 laps to make Mr. I vanish completely. That's how you defeat him in Mario Party. If you bump into Mr. I or a Potaboo, you'll fall down and lose, so watch out. Okay, all you can do is run, so you just avoid the... Okay. I've never seen this minigame before. Alright. Oh, doggone. Okay. Alright. The sense of how big of a danger zone they are around the little fireballs is the only reason I got hit that first time. Oh, it's a tiny little, a narrow little window you have to try to, oh, it was like a frame away from being off screen. That was trash. But this is a fun mini game. Oh, come on. Ah, I did not do good. Jeez. Alright. You know, I've been thinking since MechaCon mentioned, you know, if I was a dedicated cam tuber, I would not have a problem with being, you know, switching to Mac, but I could also just switch to a smaller relative, I don't know, like, I don't know. No, because I was just thinking about it, and the problem with switching to Mac, I don't know if my motion capture and animation software for my VTuber model is going to work on a Mac, and I was thinking about venturing into virtual reality, and I don't know what kind of options they are for that on other. But our next minigame, climb to a plane with 2 types of missiles, then shoot down your rivals. Brake, accelerate, and fire missiles. Okay. Yo, we Star Fox. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, the flight controls aren't nearly as complex as Star Fox, but I say that not having played Star Fox since maybe 1999 or 2000 or so. Oh, come on. Okay. This mini game does not need a timer. Ah! I hate this. There's so many mini games in Mario Party that have a timer that did not need one. Oh, such a disappointment. I was having fun with that mini game, but this Mario Party, these first 3 Mario Party games, they're ridiculous with putting timers on mini games that do not need them. And you activate a sudden death mode, you speed things up, you have something to, eliminate players more quickly. You don't punish the players. It's not out of a lack of skill. That when the mini game takes long to play, due to the design choices made by the game designers, the solution to that is not, and the game takes longer than the game designers would like it to, the solution to that is not to punish the players. And it looks like it might crack if another player steps on it. That's an interesting mechanic there. Alright, let's see. Donkyung once again will have to jump over the... When does he actually have to jump, though? I'm kind of confused. I like the in-board game map action things, even if it's just sort of a glorified QuickTime event. But I'm not really sure. Oh, okay. Now I get a sense of when... So you could choose to jump at any time in order to, I guess, use the snowballs as a way to move around the map quicker? MPIQ. I can't wait to find out what this is supposed to stand for. MPIQ. Hit the block quickly for your chance to answer the question. The first player to reach 3 points wins. Hit block B and Z to select an answer. Or B or Z to select an answer, okay. You hit the block in the middle of the question, you won't see the entire question. Hit the block quickly for your chance to answer the question. Okay, let's see. This seems... What is written on Donkey Kong's necktie? Okay. What is the current record in Pump, Pump, and Away? That's... Why would... How would... What kind... Why would I... What color is... Okay. How many people can play on a... Okay, I didn't even see the full question, but how many people can play? Only 4 can. Who collects coins at the start of a Z? It's Goomba. That was a cool minigame. Yeah, I like that one. Not just because I won. Helps a lot, though. But it's not the only reason. Trust me. Alright. Alright, so that's the skeleton key door. I have a skeleton key, I just haven't had the opportunity to use it yet, or let alone the need. Okay, so is this gonna end up involving me? Action time. Let's just remind ourselves, I think it was over here. Alright, so we're gonna have to go... No, we're gonna have to go... Take a pretty... Actually, if we... No. We don't want to go through there. If we go left and up... Okay. That's the direction we want to go. And we have enough coins to buy an item, but will it help? Golden mushroom. Magic lamp is only 20 coins. We'd still have... I don't want to go for it yet. Yeah, if I was more confident in my ability to win minigames... Alright. Let's see what's about to happen. So I want to jump by pressing A, okay? Alright, I did it. So could I have allowed that to push me forward along... Oh, you know what? Alright, so I could have allowed that to push me along the board and jumped when I was ready to stop. Now Donkey Kong's using that item that's going to randomly change the magic lamp location. Wow, it just so happened to warp right in front of Donkey Kong. That's, not something that was guaranteed to happen, but it certainly worked out in his favor. Okay. So, fortunately, I mean, I'm still heading in the right direction, and I think this is going to, if... Okay, I was going to say, if I understand the... Oh. Oh, okay. Alright. Alright, yeah, that worked out, actually. That's not quite what I expected to happen. Because that time I wanted it to... I did not want to be pushed back. I want to move clockwise around the board at this point. Okay. Cheap Chase is definitely not one that was in Superstars. Alright. Swim like a mad lad. I said swim like a mad lad. Swim like mad to avoid the hungry Cheep. Dive and avoid the bombs in the water. Press A repeatedly to swim and press B or Z to dive. An exclamation point will appear over your head just where Cheep is going to catch you. Okay. Alright. I think, yeah, pressing Z is a good option for... Oh, I see. Oh, doggone. Like, getting him instantly bamboozled in these mini-games I'm not familiar with. Though I do recognize this music. This music was definitely used in Mario Party Advance, though. I can't... For some reason, I cannot find my copy of Mario Party Advance. Yeah, I can't find my copy of Mario Party Advance, and that really bugs me, so I'm probably going to have to, Yeah, I'm gonna have to probably buy a new one. And I don't know why Mario Party Advance is often said to be one of the worst Mario Party games in the entire Super Mario franchise, but the only bad part about Mario Party Advance to me is the gambling minigames, where you're required to play games of chance, and you're required to win. And it's like, yeah, I totally cheesed those when I played it on Wii U. Like, what was going on with that? Like, Luigi was, like, dazed? He was, like, dazed, like I couldn't make him jump. Alright, now time for my real turn, but fortunately I got pushed back. Oh, no. I need to try to get a 1. Oh. I got pushed back from before the star, only to not have enough coins. That's real bootleg, okay? That's some real dog trash. You know, I don't know why I just had this thought. Like, Bush's Baked Beans has had this tie-in with Bluey because there's an episode where I guess the kids pretend to be grannies, and I know there's a meme of, like, I slipped on my beans that involves canned beans, and so, like, I guess the Bush's Baked Bean Company was like, aha, that's our opportunity to, like, I guess, cash in on this episode. And all the vegetarian canned beans they have Bluey on them now. And I just kind of think, like, Bluey's set in Australia. Like, what? Like, I don't even know if the type of canned beans that the writers of Bluey intended to be in the episode or what is sold in Australia. Oh wow, this music was also used in Mario Party Advance. Oh no, it's actual it's a gambling mini game. This game would get this game like an M rating if it were to be released today. Like, even fictional gambling will cause a game to get an M rating. And that's a new sound clip that wasn't in Mario Party 1 or 2. Hey, messy memory. And this... I remember this game more than I should, but okay, let's give it a shot. Egg banana. Okay, we gotta do... Okay. We got the egg, the banana, the Shy Guy. I think it was DK's tie. It was here, and the Wario cap was to the left. The rest I really can only guess on. Let's see how close. I missed a couple. Hey, Mario 1. You remember the DS1 being okay? I never played the DS1, and the main reason I played the DS1 is because it had no Nintendo Wi-Fi connection functionality. And none of the 3DS or 3DS Mario Party games ever had Nintendo, like, online functionality. And of course, all the Nintendo fanboys would be like, oh, why would you expect a Mario Party game to have online? That's totally contrary to the spirit of Mario Party. And so, of course, once they finally added Mario Online to Mario Party and Mario Party into Super Mario Party, when they first added any kind of online gameplay, they were like, wow, look at this amazing new feature. We are so happy about this. And I'm like, I thought this was contrary to the spirit of Mario Party, you morons. And that was only like a side mode. Then they finally added true proper multiplayer into Mario Party, into Super Mario Party, into the main board maps, and then they integrated it into Superstars, and I played that some. But yeah, but these are the same people that there was a point in between, like in the lead up to E3 2005, like a Game Developer Conference 2005, they had demo versions of Mario Kart DS, and people were asking, like even specifically to Satoru Iwata, like, hey, is this going to have online multiplayer through the Wi-Fi? And they were like, oh, like Iwata was trolling. He was saying like, oh, well, we have, and this was back when Nintendo was perceived, and like based on things Iwata had said and their actual policies of not really, they really didn't at all do anything to support online gameplay with GameCube. At the time, GameCube's lack of online connectivity was widely perceived as a reason why it was selling so poorly. In hindsight, the number of people that were actually playing online on Xbox and PlayStation 2, in no way, that mattered only to the most hardcore, like, forefront gamers who wanted to be on the cutting edge of everything. There's no way the online gaming functionality on PS2 or GameCube, or PS2 or Xbox was, I mean, the trend of Xbox and PS2 outselling GameCube was established well before online gameplay even became a factor. So let's try to play this new minigame for the first time. Oh wait, okay, A and Z is to attack. This looks... Oh, doggone. It seems to me like just outlasting until these blocks start falling. But see, look, there's a timer, right? There's a timer, but the board, it began to shrink to, like, force a victory. Like, more rapidly. Like, that's a better... Yeah, that's a better setup, I think. But yeah, the people who were like, oh, why, how dare you try to, you're so unreasonable expecting Mario Party to have online when the point is to play local multiplayer. And those are the same people back when Iwata was trolling at Game Developer Conference 2005 by saying like, oh, well, Mario Kart DS, it's going to have local wireless multiplayer. We think that's good enough. And then dropped the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection and the announcement that Mario Kart DS would have actual proper online supported by Nintendo, and that Nintendo was going to have their first online multiplayer service at E3 2005. That was a surprise and a twist there, because there was a point where it seemed like Nintendo was going to do the same thing they had done with GameCube, where GameCube had the technical capability to do online multiplayer gaming, but Nintendo never supported it in any meaningful way. Alright, good. Alright, now I have another chance to... Yeah! Okay, that's what I wanted to happen last time. Okay. Now this time I actually... Yoshi already made his move, which is how we got the snowball in the first place. Uh-oh, we're gonna see what Bowser spices... What Bowser spaces are like in Mario Party 3. So next turn. I mean, Yoshi's gonna go before me, but hopefully he rolls low. and I'll be able to get in first. But yeah, people were saying like, yeah, people were like already like, you know, apologizing and doing damage control for Nintendo, saying like, oh, of course Mario Kart should have only local wireless. That's the spirit of the game. And then when Nintendo Wi-Fi connection was announced, they were like, oh, this is such great news. We're so happy. I'm like, yeah, okay. Alright. Okay. Okay, I didn't realize I could move in 3 dimensions. There's not really much of a reason to, though. Yeah, there's no... Oh. Ah. Yeah, part of that was just getting used to the controls. It is so weird to me that this is the last Mario Party game that Donkey Kong was playable in until Super Mario Party, I think. Alright, DK's first, Luigi's second, Mario's third. And DK is the only one with stars. I'm sure Mega Kong is going to appreciate that. I am the Millennium Star. My tried and true prediction is Mario. I am correct 9 times out of 10. Yeah, when you weigh the game by giving the person you want to win more coins, I'm sure that doesn't help. It doesn't hurt. Why would you... You suck. Oh, okay, actually that was really clever. That was really clever, actually. And now I understand. I thought that... Okay, now I get what that item does. That's really clever. That's like human tier clever. Or person tier clever. You know, when I say human, I am counting myself in that. You know. And why didn't he didn't win that item that he got? I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay. Hopefully we roll low. Okay, that's not so bad. Could be worse. Are you kidding me? No. Okay, I'm ready. Yeah, I made it. Okay, good. Now go towards me getting a happening star. If I can get even a single star, it's gonna put me potentially within striking distance of winning some kind of bonus star at the end of this. Alright, he doesn't have enough points to use that item. But, okay, this is an item minigame we've seen already. Where you basically just have to choose, you have to pick one and just pick one with the item you want. I'll practice on the one in the back who I think has a Bowser suit. I think that's the one. Okay, that's almost the one Donkey Kong actually went for. Alright. So, Mario goes, then we can play our actual... Hey, that's the first time I actually saw that happen, because we've seen many characters try to cross there, and like they slip a bit, and... Oh, wow, and 1v3 of a minigame we've never played before. Okay. Alright. Press the buttons the thwomps tell you with good timing to move your sled forward. Okay. If you press the wrong button, the thwomps will be confused and pause. Okay. Alright, so I've got to do 3 times the work, I guess, as everyone else, but that's less chance to mess up. This is fun. Yeah, I guess we want to wait till the snowball threat is passed. What? Are you kidding me? Ugh. Like, what? I don't get it. Like, I don't know. I guess I was too slow? I guess I had the wrong sense of the kind of rhythm they wanted. I theoretically could have went a lot faster. I thought it was I don't know why. I guess, like, the rhythm of, I guess, the way the interface worked made me think that there was, like, a rhythm to it I had to keep up to. And I guess I was wrong in thinking that. Okay, if I roll big this turn... Alright, I gotta do good on this part. What? Ah! That's garbage. Like, the timing was different because there were multiple characters running. Like, the timing was distinctly different because multiple characters were running. And now I'm stuck on this path to the left away from the star. If the timing on that QuickTime event worked the way it had, like the other times I had done it, I would have gotten it and I'd be getting a star. Probably this turn. Yeah, there's very little chance of me getting another star at this point. Alright. Pipe cleaners. Alright, let's see what this game's like. Hit the baby Bowsers with the hammer as they pop out of the pipes on either side of you. Up plus A and B to swing hammer. Down plus A and B to swing hammer. Okay. Oh, okay. I guess it's gonna give us oh, okay. Each one's a different... Okay, I get it. Okay, I get it. It makes sense. Okay. This one's fun. I don't even know how good I'm doing compared to the other players, but I'm having... Yeah, that was fun. I'm sure I won. Hey, that was a fun minigame. That was a really fun minigame. I'm shocked that did not appear in Superstars. Yeah, I'm a second place. I'd be and of course, Yoshi caused all this trouble just to prevent me from getting a star, and now it doesn't look like anyone's gonna get the star in this turn. Alright. I mean, there are not many turns left. You know what? I have a strategy. Maybe kind of desperate, maybe kind of expensive, but I think it's better than what I could otherwise expect if I did not make the moves that I plan to make in the next couple of turns. And there are only like 3 turns left, I think. 3 or 4 max. Yay, piranha plants. Love to see them. You know, last time I went to Dave & Buster's, I don't know why I just thought of this, but I guess this reminded me of one of the ticket redemption games at Dave & Buster's. It was like, there used to be this apple pecan salad. Hey, once I could cook, I could actually make my apple pecan salad. It'll be dope. Yeah, when I'm actually able to make my apple pecan salad. Goomba, Koopa, and Boo are dancing. Remember who appeared and in what order. Alright. Koopa, Goomba, Boo. Koopa, Goomba, Boo. Koopa, Goomba, Boo. Alright. Koopa. Oh, who? Oh! Who was the first person from the right? I didn't realize that they were asking me like a dynamic question. The fact that I won was coincidental. I thought they just were saying who's... Boo Goomba, Koopa, Goomba. It was Goomba. Oh, you could go back and change, huh? That's interesting. Okay. Two Koopas, two Boos. Two Koopas, two Boos, two Goombas. Okay, yeah. Hey, we all won. I guess none of us got any of them wrong. I was too busy thinking about how the best way to go about memorizing the characters to actually think about, last two turns. Yeah, I don't have any stake in this minigame, I don't think, unless it goes down a path I've never seen it go. It seems to only go around the outer perimeter. And... yes, okay. So we're going to buy... item descriptions. I want to know what the item bag does. You get 3 items, but you'll never know until... okay, it's 3 random items. Okay. We'll get the... oh, doggone, you don't get... alright, so I don't get... the lucky lamp is different from the I wanted to buy the magic lamp. I guess I saw that earlier and Toad had that. So I might as... heck, I might as well get 3 random freaking items. Okay. Reverse mushroom. A key. Alright. I see I had the chance to drop an item. Alright. Okay. So please go south. No, of course it's gonna come straight towards me. Ah! Yoshi, you can't afford a star anyway. Now I have to remember the timings earlier now. Alright. Okay, so I aced it that time. First use of a golden mushroom, and yeah. Yeah, doggone! I was right when I was in the vague, plausible range of potentially getting another star. He comes out of nowhere. And of course the new one's down at the bottom where I was at. Yeah, that's Mario Party for you. How many turns do I have? Okay. Next turn's the last turn, so... Alright, now here's more That's Mario Party for you. I could lose everything I've got, or I could suddenly have all the stars. Well, it's gonna have to do with Yoshi. It's gonna have to do... What? You didn't lose anything, Donkey Kong. Don't throw a fit. Bowser events. Bowser phone giveaway. That's an amusing event. And it's in character for him too. Wow, a 4-player minigame with all red spots. That doesn't happen often. Usually, a 4-player minigame is with all blue spots. Okay. Oh, doggone! Alright. Okay, at least we get to continue trying. I thought it was gonna be, such sensitive controls. I mean, we are walking on ice. Oh, I have to walk back and... Okay, I get it. Alright, I get it. It's a good minigame, I just didn't quite know how it worked and wasn't familiar with the deliberately bad ice controls, so... Yeah, I lost, but it was the kind of loss where you feel good, like you had fun playing the game at least. Last turn. Alright. Now. And I will not be involved in this, but... You know. Alright, now. If I knew exactly how the snowball mechanic worked... Okay, I might as well use this on Mario. He hasn't gone yet. And... Okay. Oh, I could only use one item per turn. Okay. I would have played that very differently if I had known that, but... Okay, because in Mario Party 1 you can only have one item anyway, so... I guess it's fair that you can only use one item per turn. I swear by Mario Party 4, which is, which is like the first Mario Party game for GameCube, when I have a lot more time on with Mario Party 4 than I do with this. I remember rather strongly that you could use multiple items in a turn. Grab a key, then open the door. The mark on the key must match the door or it won't open. Move A to get key, B to attack. A to get key and drop the key. Okay. Oh, it's like musical chairs. I get it. Okay. Oh no! Why did that happen? That was so dumb. Ugh. There should have only been one door in the last room. There was no reason to have multiple doors in that last room. I mean, I gave up 20 and I got 37 back, so I actually did okay. Wow, another one of these? Okay. I hope it's that same minigame. That was actually very fun. So if I don't win, I'm gonna have no coins left for the end of the game. And it's gonna be a new game, Slap Down. Quickly press A when a flower on the revolving panel matches the big flower in the middle. A to slap. If you slap on the wrong flower, you'll be disqualified. Make sure the flowers match. Okay. Alright, we only have to press A. I don't get it. Oh, I was last? Okay, I did... That was... Part of that was not... yeah, I chose to go into these blind and not practice, but a large part of that was just not understanding how the minigame was supposed to work. Because I wasn't sure if it mattered if the one that was going to come closest to me had to be pressed, or what, so... That was okay, so everyone's just getting bamboozled. I don't even have 10 coins, so you can take the 7 I have left. He doesn't even comment that some of us came up short. I know he would have done that in Mario Party 1 or 2, I'm sure. Yeah, Mario Party 2 at least definitely had dialogue if one of the characters came up short. Man, they're just doing as much as they can to prolong this final turn. And a lot of coins leaving, changing hands in this final turn. And for twice in a single game to have a 4-player minigame based entirely on everyone having red spots is so uncommon in Mario Party 1 and 2. We've had it twice here. Parasol implement. Open and close your umbrella to collect the coins thrown by the Hammer Brothers. Okay, so we move and you press A to open and close the umbrella. Okay. I think this might have been in Mario Party Superstars. This is all just for style at this point. Oh, come on. Alright. Yeah, because there's definitely nothing to buy. No stars or anything. I'm not gonna... Well, I could potentially end up winning the most coins in minigames thanks to this. I've got over nearly 20 coins in this one minigame. Anything over 10 is standard for a 4-player minigame. 15 is unusual. Nearly 20, or 20 above, is quite the jackpot. But I'm in 4th place out of 4, so... Oh, no, now I'm in 3rd place. But I don't think I'll be winning. We'll see what happens. Well, the cool thing... Well, I mean, at this point, there's nothing's going to change the outcome, so it's not... Okay, here are the results. I got 0 stars. Donkey Kong got all the stars. Alright. Now the coin star that goes to Yoshi. And the happening star goes to Yoshi. So suddenly he went from having no stars to having like as many as Donkey Kong. Yeah, I'm gonna drop out next. Yep, there we go. Yeah, if we were actually people playing, I mean, like, I'm a person playing, but if the computer players were people, if Yoshi ended up winning based on bonus stars, the person playing as Donkey Kong would have gotten pissed, I'm sure. What an untidy mess. You cannot be called the greatest superstar in the universe. If you really want me to, I can give you one more chance. Splendid, then off we go. But that'll be for later. Because for now, we're doing our last autism video. Now this one, interestingly enough, I recorded before the one we last watched. And I recorded it before, but I decided to make a more focused one, which is the one you saw earlier. So this is going to be our last autism video for tonight. When I come back, we'll play a little bit more MaRiO Party and call it a night.
Fantasy made real. Just
And
look
I will be in chat, you know, interacting.
at this girl. She's having a cocoon made while she is imitating Luna Lovegood from Harry Potter.
So this is my sensory swing.
I still get questions about it, so here we go.
Sensory swings can be used to apply deep pressure, which can be very calming for autistic people.
You falsely represent the history of sensory equipment that had been written about in incredible detail in terms of the theories of its use and deployment. As far back as the 1960s, based on previous work that predated that. So why is anyone supposed to trust you on this? You misrepresent historical and current diagnostic definitions and diagnostic criteria for autism and related disabilities to strip any element of actual disability or difficulty or impairment or suffering from anyone you personally don't feel comfortable feeling sympathetic towards, and then you prioritize making fun of autistic people who, in this case, someone who's clinically diagnosed by a professional. You're more concerned with making fun of her than you are actually representing the history of autism care and treatment, to the point where you not only imply that sensory swings are something new, but that it's the personal, narcissistic, eccentric invention of this one individual. Hi, I'm Super Train Station H, and Dr. Hannah Spear on YouTube is blowing the whistle on a huge problem in the world of autism care and treatment. Turns out, there are people being clinically diagnosed with autism by professionals, and not only are some of them able to talk, some of them aren't even boys. And I'll be honest, I don't even know what boys are.
Sina ike sulitawa iyo boys.
Boys, Anuseme.
Boys. Sina kutepona boys.
How have we gone from diagnosing children with severe life-limiting impairments to diagnosing adult women who watched Sheldon and saw themselves in him?
Yeah, so that's her opening thesis statement, the foundation for her, I guess, the fabric of her entire argument here. And yet she fails to provide footage of even a single person saying that they saw Sheldon on Big Bang Theory and based on that pursued an autism diagnosis for themselves. And she has no problem finding footage of specific autistic people to use as examples of how extreme and weird neurodiversity proponents or high-functioning autistic people are. So the fact that she couldn't find a single person who actually said this to use footage of to prove her point is kind of odd to me.
Sweetheart, you're not off to a real good start.
And she has a specific agenda against the neurodiversity movement in this video, which is her opinion to have. But I can't think of a single video from a neurodiversity proponent where they were using Sheldon from Big Bang Theory as a positive example of a depiction of autism in mainstream commercial media. Every neurodiversity proponent I know of, on YouTube at least, who's done a detailed breakdown or analysis of the Sheldon Cooper character from Big Bang Theory, consistently says that it's an unnuanced and undetailed and in often cases disrespectful depiction of autism. So, and you see Jill Escher from the National Council on Severe Autism do this too. They like to use fictional characters, Sheldon in particular, to try to discredit the idea that high-functioning autism could possibly be real, that it couldn't possibly exist outside of television, and that the whole concept of neurodiversity or the idea that high-functioning autism is clinically valid is based on these archetypes from these fictional television shows. And it just doesn't make sense, because neurodiversity proponents overwhelmingly are critical of Sheldon as a character, at least in terms of his depiction of autism. Now, I've seen comments from autistic people who say they relate to him, but to sort of to dismiss the entire concept of high-functioning autism on the basis that people are just watching Big Bang Theory and self-diagnosing or pursuing a clinical diagnosis based on Sheldon Cooper, who's not even said to be autistic or disabled on the actual show. It seems like a weird thing to hang your hat on as the opening salvo of your video that's supposed to be this whistleblowing thing about alleged narcissists having hijacked autism from actual disabled people.
As you see here, when Leo Kanner introduced the term infantile autism in 1943, he wasn't talking about socially awkward, misunderstood introverts.
And I would like to point out here as an aside, I'm sure that Hannah Spear would like people to take her seriously as a credible source of healthcare information due to the fact that she's a doctor. But here, she's trying to discredit large categories or subcategories of disabled people of a nature in which they've been professionally verified to require or to have the potential to benefit from significant professional attention. And she's trying to discredit those categories of disability by contrasting black and white stock footage from the 1960s of autistic children in a hospital setting to a screenshot of Big Bang Theory, which is a contemporary sitcom. Maybe I'm extreme and weird, but how is it sensible to compare medical documentary footage that was taken for educational purposes and compare that with a screenshot of a fictional character who isn't even said to be autistic on the show he's from, a character who's specifically designed to be laughed at. So, when it comes to what one might call severe autism, Hannah Spear wants you to think of black and white footage of children in hospitals in the 1960s, but when it comes to what might be called higher functioning autism, she wants you to think about a literal sitcom character. Considering that the whole basis of Dr. Spear's video is that manipulative people are hijacking autism for malicious purposes, and this seems kind of screwy.
He wasn't talking about socially awkward, misunderstood introverts.
She doesn't say the word Asperger's here, but she's by saying, when Leo Kanner introduced the word autism, he wasn't talking about shy, misunderstood introverts. He was talking about people with real disabilities. It's very specifically trying to frame the former Asperger's syndrome diagnosis as, being a quirky nerd, whereas autistic disorder was, a real disability. And it gets into this thing they like to do where they say that, Asperger's is just being a high IQ, quirky nerd, but autism is a real disability. Therefore, it's ridiculous that they merged the autism spectrum disorder diagnosis with Asperger's syndrome. They should have never been combined with each other, and it's ridiculous that these perfectly functional shy nerds are appropriating disability terminology that should be going to actual disabled people.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like, the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
Like, there's so many kids with Asperger's who are just a little bit socially awkward. I'm socially awkward. I don't know how to, I'm really, right, exactly, everybody.
Yeah,
like this has been one of the great debacles of autism, right? That, people who have kind of social quirks are in the same category, the same diagnostic category as my kids who are nonverbal and function like at a preschool level.
And
like,
that's a problem.
It's absurd. It's not just a problem. I mean, it's violently absurd. It's radically absurd.
Yeah, so we'll use this chart to keep track of the explanation that Dr. Spear gives for so-called real autism and for Asperger's, and we'll start this over and take notes as we go along.
As you see here, when Leo Kanner introduced the term infantile autism in 1943, he wasn't talking about socially awkward, misunderstood introverts. He was describing kids with profound impairments, non-verbal.
Okay, so profound impairments. I'm going to be using a lot of clinical and pathological language because I'll be engaging with these terms in the way that Dr. Spear engages with them to make sure that we're both talking about the same thing, whether I personally endorse those terms or not, or whether they're preferred by the disability community or not. So if you're not into that, this isn't the video for you. But so under real autism, I put pervasive developmental disorder and disturbance so far.
Withdrawn. And these kids didn't just struggle socially, they struggled to function.
So they'd struggled to function, so we'll add impacts important areas of functioning and keep going.
And for decades, that's what autism meant. Rare, severe, and unmistakable.
Severe, we'll add that there. Severe, sustained, clinically significant impairment.
Some of the few defining traits of autism. You've probably heard of stimming, which are repetitive movements for self-regulation. They're often rhythmic, so hand flapping, or rocking, or spinning, or humming. These aren't cute quirks. In real autism, these are involuntary, and they're very, very hard to suppress.
So for stimming, I know this is something that I've seen the parents of high support needs or level 3 or severely or profoundly, if you want to use the Lancet Commission 21 proposal terminology, high support needs, autistic people will demonstrate as an example of what real autism looks like in comparison to Asperger's, and use that as the basis for why Asperger's should have never been merged into the autism diagnosis in 2013, and why it's such a disservice to her kids, or to people's kids in general. But I'll run some clips of Amber from Buck Angel's podcast as an example of that.
So stimming is like, my son flaps, but it's like a rigid flap. So it's kind of, I would describe it more as a seizure, where it's uncontrolled. That's not stimming. My son, I could show you videos of my son. It's an echoic stimming, so he'll scream, ah, or he'll flap, because that's what his body is telling him to do. It's not something like, oh, I'm dancing, so I'm stimming. And it's really dangerous to have.
Wow.
Now you see on TikTok, all these people are like, oh, I'm stimming. This is a stim. And it's not a stim. This isn't a stim.
Then what you have is this insane world where my son and daughter are lumped into the same disorder as these online people on Twitter who are like, or TikTok, who are like, look at me flapping.
Yes,
I'm so autistic. It's like, there's no real like Venn diagram overlap between like my kids and these TikTok people.
But in any case, we could add, we have the communication impairments, so communication deficits, and stereotyped and repetitive fine and gross motor mannerisms, aka stimming. So we'll continue on.
It's not a chosen aesthetic.
And by the way, this next section is going to come from a part of her video called "What Real Autism Looks Like," because that's the language she uses. I don't know if she deliberately named this section or if it was automatically done by a robot or something, but so this is, what real autism looks like according to her.
What happens in the autistic brain? What is the original neurological theory of autism? That autistic individuals had a tendency to focus very intently on parts, on details and recognizing pattern, but that they had trouble integrating them as a whole, and so seeing the abstract whole. And so that would lead them to obsess about things like trains or things, because this all mainly means.
So trains, so preoccupation with parts of objects, trains, etc.
There's a different way of processing information, and that difference comes with real impairment.
So real impairment once again. So let's see what we've got here. We've got, under real autism, we've got pervasive developmental disorder and disturbance, impacts important areas of functioning, severe sustained clinically significant impairments, communication deficit, stereotyped and repetitive fine motor and gross motor mannerisms, and preoccupation with parts of objects, trains, etc. So now we'll go on to hear Dr. Spear's explanation of Asperger's to draw a comparison.
Asperger's syndrome was introduced, and these were essentially high IQ individuals with social difficulties.
Okay, so for Asperger's we've got high IQ and we've got social difficulties. So, okay, let's see what else she lists for Asperger's.
Asperger's syndrome emerges as a distinct entity within the diagnosis, and these are high IQ individuals with social impairments. And this is when the floodgates started to open.
All right, so that's all she has to say about Asperger's. So once again, under real autism, we got pervasive developmental disorder and disturbance, impacts important areas of functioning, severe sustained clinically significant impairment, communication deficits, stereotyped and repetitive fine and gross motor mannerisms, and preoccupation with the parts of objects, trains, etc. And under Asperger's, according to Dr. Spear, we've got high IQ and we've got social difficulties. And this is basically why we have a lot of people like the guest on Buck Angel's podcast about autism a couple of years ago. We've had it repeatedly over the course of many years from Jill Escher, the president of the National Council of Severe Autism. This outrage that Asperger's somehow got folded into the autism definition when autism has all these severe and significant impairments that need all kinds of therapies and supports and disability resources, whereas Asperger's is high IQ and social difficulties. So let's compare these definitions as Dr. Spear provides them for autism, and then we'll do the same for Asperger's with what's in the DSM-4 diagnostic manual. So we've got autism here listed as a pervasive developmental disorder, so we're doing good so far. That's the subheading of the DSM it's based on, or it's listed under. And so for autistic disorder, we've got the essential features of autistic disorder are severe and sustained impairment in social interaction, the development of restricted, repetitive patterns of behavior, interests, and activities. And the disturbance must cause clinically significant impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning. So we've got that pervasive developmental disorder. We already have that. So impacts important areas of functioning, severe, sustained, clinically significant impairment. All right. And so that was the definition for autism. But now let's look at the actual diagnostic criteria. So we need a qualitative impairment in social interaction as manifested by at least two of the following: marked impairment in the use of multiple nonverbal gestures such as eye-to-eye gaze, facial expression, body postures, and gestures to regulate social interaction, failure to develop peer relationships appropriate developmental level, a lack of spontaneous seeking to share enjoyment, interests, or achievements with other people, by lack of showing, bringing, or pointing objects of interest to other people, lack of social or emotional reciprocity, restricted, repetitive stereotype patterns of behavior, interests, and activities as manifested by at least one of the following, encompassing preoccupation with one or more stereotyped and restricted patterns of interest that is abnormal, stereotyped and repetitive motor mannerisms, hand or finger flapping or twisting. So we've got the stimming right here. Or complex whole body movements. I skipped one. Apparently inflexible adherence to specific non-functional routines or rituals. And number 4, we've got persistent occupation with parts of objects. The disturbance causes clinically significant impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning. So we've got all of that here in autism. So here's the DSM passage that actually mentions motor delays or motor clumsiness. So it's not gone into great detail, but there is actual motor deficits noted in connection with this. And here we have the mention of particular idiosyncratic or circumscribed interest, e.g. a fascination with train schedules. And we have unrelated pictures of a certain arguably handsome, arguably young Lunarian and his dormworm riding in and appreciating some trains. So now that we've gone over the definitions for autistic disorder as well as the diagnostic criteria for autistic disorder, now we're going to go ahead and look at what this manual has to say about Asperger's disorder. No, we're not going to do that. You know why?
It's a trick, people. I'm tricking you.
So if you're familiar with the actual material I'm talking about in terms of the diagnostic manuals, you would know that I've been messing with you this whole time, because this depiction of real autism versus Asperger's syndrome as Dr. Spear presents it is completely false. Everything that I've read to you to validate Hannah's description of the so-called real autism definition is actually from the definition for Asperger's syndrome, and all I did was replace the word Asperger's with the word autistic and just read you the definitions. Yeah, so it's actually all Asperger's, and I could see someone arguing that I made my point by falsifying evidence and making a Photoshop version of the DSM entries for Asperger's to make it look like I was talking about the autistic disorder definition when I was really reading from the Asperger's disorder definition. But the fact of reality is, everything I said in the Asperger's disorder definition that I read from, validating validated everything that Dr. Spear was talking about, and that she clearly wanted people to think was exclusive to the autism definition and absent from the Asperger's definition. And even though I have tricked people by doing this potentially, I made it clear what I was doing immediately, whereas Dr. Hannah Spear never goes into detail and explains that all these aspects of autism that she talks about, that like the vast majority of them apply equally to the autism definition. So here in the DSM-4's description of Asperger's disorder and the diagnostic definition, it's saying that it lists criterion A and B here, and then it says turn to page 66 on autistic disorder for a discussion of criteria A and B. Now, what that's saying is that the criterion A and B for autism, not Asperger's, but autism, are identical to the criteria and definition of Asperger's, to the point where rather than reprint the first 2 pages of the autism definition verbatim, it tells people reading the definition for Asperger's to go back and reread the first couple of pages of the autism definition and then apply them equally to the Asperger's disorder definition. This is all just to save probably a half a cent's worth of ink and paper reprinting the entire first page and a half or so of the autism definition. Here you have a mix of things that sound far more serious than anything in the Asperger's definition, as Dr. Spear wanted to explain it to her viewers, and you also have a number of characteristics and traits, including the fixation on trains, that just so happen to be things that when people who are diagnosed in autism spectrum disorder, which in DSM-5 includes the former autistic disorder and the former Asperger's disorder and PPD-NOS, which is a separate diagnosis, when people actually give a personal account, when people diagnosed in this range actually talk about these things on social media, they often get backlash that they're just listing stereotypes or that they're just pointlessly pathologizing normal personal interests or normal quirky traits of just being a nerd. But here these things are explicitly listed in actual diagnostic literature from above and beyond 30 years ago, alongside a lot of more severe, more clinical attention demanding traits and characteristics that Dr. Spear, for some reason, didn't want people to associate with Asperger's and wanted people to think that they're exclusive to what she calls real autism, and as an explanation of why real autism, as she calls it, was a disability and Asperger's wasn't. So when you have people like Amber, a mother of a high support needs level 3 autistic child, on Buck Angel's podcast a few years ago, when you have Jill Escher, president of the National Council on Severe Autism, rant and rave about how the Asperger's definition never should have been umbrellaed into autism spectrum disorder, because Asperger's is being a quirky, high IQ nerd with no sense of disability, whereas autism is an actual disability that needs therapy, care, and treatment and clinical attention. It's fundamentally dishonest, and it only works if you were to use a definition of Asperger's that strips it of 99% of what's actually written in diagnostic literature about it.
I'm going to gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism. My son, he hits himself, he hits us. That is autism. I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed, and I'm going to get choked up a little bit.
I am too, actually. I am. I'm sorry.
It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son, when I die, nobody is going to be there.
And there's this incredible thing that I see critics of Asperger's syndrome, or critics of high-functioning autism, as some might want to call it, do. They'll say, oh, my autistic child is level 3 out of 3, the most severe, but when it comes to recognizing the legitimacy of ASD level 1, they're like, how dare these quirky nerds appropriate the struggles of actual disabled children by assuming the title of autism? And it's completely hypocritical.
What you said, level, I think 3, right? Level, whatever. Yeah, 3 is the highest you can be
It's the
diagnosed
most severe.
as.
Yeah, he's
It's the most
nonverbal.
severe.
Another thing I'll see from critics of the DSM-5 merging the former Asperger's diagnosis into autism spectrum disorder and recognizing Asperger's as a form of autism is saying things like, oh, my kid was diagnosed in the 90s with real autism. They needed all kinds of occupational therapy, speech therapy, disability services, special education, and assistance to get schooling. And Asperger's kids didn't need that.
Okay, that's a big question. Why do I think that there's more people being diagnosed than years ago in the autism world? Abby is neurodeficit, and a lot of people getting diagnosed today are neurodifferent. Neurodifferent means you didn't need speech and OT and all kinds of therapies and music therapy, and you didn't need an aide to go to school, and you didn't get pulled out of school to go to an autism school. You actually went to a typical school, and you had no support, and you were neurodifferent. So those people today are finally getting some acknowledgement, and I think that's a good thing, but I look at it as a different thing because you don't have a deficit, you have a difference. So the answer is the DSM-5. I think the diagnostic manual the doctors are using needs to be updated and changed, and real specific language needs to be created so that we can honor everybody and get them the help they need, but it's not the same thing.
I don't know how she considers herself credible to comment on the history of autism care and treatment when she's presenting the idea that people within the former Asperger's range being recognized by diagnostic literature as needing supports, therapy, and services is this revisionist thing that came out of nowhere in the DSM-5 era. She talks about, oh, it's nice that people like that are finally getting recognition, but it's not the same thing as autism. And those people were getting the same supports that she's using to paint her daughter as actually being disabled and Asperger's as just having social difficulties.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like, the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
Like, I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed, and I'm going to get choked up a little bit.
I am too, actually. I am. I'm sorry.
It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son, like, when I die, nobody is going to be there.
Asperger's disorder and autistic disorder were both already umbrellaed under the pervasive developmental disorder subheading of the DSM.
It's just not at all comparable. There's like no overlap in the Venn diagram with what my children have. So it's really frustrating. Look at me flapping.
Yes.
I'm so autistic. It's like there's no real like Venn diagram overlap between like my kids and these TikTok people.
So it's not like a bunch of people who were previously considered completely normal and completely non-disabled suddenly out of nowhere got included in the autism definition. It's that people who were already part of the disability community, people who were already eligible for services like special education, social skills counseling, occupational therapy, evaluation for appropriate medications, and the like, and accommodations, these people were already getting those things under previous definitions, and now they were given a more specific definition in the case of Asperger's disorder, and then that was so similar to Asperger's disorder that they decided, among other factors, to merge those diagnoses into the autism spectrum disorder diagnosis as it appeared in the DSM-5. Another thing I see that I didn't really mention yet is I'll see people say that, oh, Asperger's was debunked. It was, it was removed from the DSM, so it's no longer clinically valid. It was debunked. It was delisted. When it's not that those descriptions of disability were delisted or debunked or disproven, it's just that they were recategorized. All right, now that we know that all of this down here, all of this down here, is all actually from the Asperger's definition. Let's continue on and let Dr. Spear explain things, because she has some words to say about the neurodiversity paradigm, and she mentions the famous autistic person.
Famous autist Temple Grandin, she was happy for this term neurodivergence because she looked at her autism as a gift.
All right, so let's be completely clear. Anything any individual autistic person says in describing their own perception or feelings about their own experience as an autistic person belongs to that person and that person alone. I've seen people take statements from Greta Thunberg about she calls autism a superpower and take that as a official position statement of all autistic or of all high functioning autistic people, and therefore holding all autistic people that they consider high functioning to account, saying, oh, you say that autism is a superpower, not a disability, so why are you intruding into the disability community, you know? So that's not how it works. Additionally, Temple Grandin has been very open over the years about experiences of her own personal experience as an autistic person that do include descriptions of difficulty, impairment, and struggle. So to say that Temple Grandin calls her autism a gift without adding that context is at best dishonest, and that's, I think, being overly generous given the level of dishonesty we see from Dr. Spear later on. Additionally, I do want to say that Dr. Spear never actually attacks the personality of Temple Grandin. She never accused her of being a fake autistic person or anything like that. Well, she's famous. She's had documentary films about her. She's written many books. She's been on tour at autism and disability conventions. She's been on autism podcasts, and I'll see people who hold people, high functioning autistic people, in contempt for meanwhile they can't wait to be seen. They'll either respect Temple Grandin and not specifically challenge her personality and her experience as a disabled person, or they will go out of their way to try to speak fondly of Temple Grandin and try to play up their association with Temple Grandin, even if it's indirect. You see the president of the National Council on Severe Autism, Jill Escher, do this a lot. On her podcast over the years, she's mentioned Temple Grandin positively as often as she can get away with, because she happens to be the friend of Tom McKean, who is a personal friend of Temple Grandin's. They went on tour to disability conventions in the 90s and were in organizations together.
Temple Grandin, Temple Grandin, Temple Grandin, Temple Grandin, and certainly Temple Grandin.
So they'll have nothing but good things to say about high-functioning autistic people like Tom McKean.
But Tom was one of the very, very, very first autism self-advocates, and he had worked with Temple Grandin at Autism Society of America, and he had written books, and he was a speaker, and he was diagnosed as a child, obviously, as you can tell, a very different kind of autism than like my kids have, and that your kids have. But he definitely had a very challenging childhood, and he has emerged as an incredibly kind and thoughtful and caring personality in the autism wars.
Thanks.
Yes, it is true. It is true.
Or other autistic guests. Jill has done this to autistic guests, high-functioning, late-diagnosed autistic people who happen to be on board with the NCSA's agenda.
Somebody who is truly amazing. I really mean this. One of the most intelligent people I've ever come across in my life. One of the best writers. One of the most articulate people around difficult social issues I've ever met. We just start. Can you tell people a little bit about yourself, about your diagnosis, your experience with autism, your experience with neurodiversity, and then we'll launch into some questions.
Yeah, that sounds good. So let's see. I was diagnosed with autism, with high functioning level 1 autism.
Yeah, I wish you were on the DSM committee. I'm going to nominate you.
Working toward it.
Are you? What can I ask? Like, what do you want to be when you grow up, Lucy? What are you aiming towards with your studies? Well,
that would be, we'd love to have you in the field of psychology, Lucy. It would be great, and we can't wait to read your books on it. You're such a good writer. I mean, you know that you could have a career just as a writer. You're an absolutely brilliant writer. I mean,
thank you. I do love writing. I'm going to do it no matter what else I do.
Okay. Yeah. Promise me you're going to write a book about autism, any kind of autism. It's okay.
But it's when it's people outside of loyalty to her agenda and cause, all of a sudden these people are the enemies of those with so-called true autism. They're falsely disabled partisans who are appropriating autism terms and conspiring against real autistic people, allegedly.
They ran this article. Doctors with autism speak out against stigma. All right, so never mind the fact that neither of my children even understand what a doctor is. But, these doctors with autism, you've had long careers in medicine. How many doctors have you met who you would diagnose with autism?
None. The one in, what was that, Grey's Anatomy? There was one.
The one on TV.
Yeah.
The TV doctor, right, who doesn't exist in real life.
The famous autist Temple Grandin, she was happy for this term neurodivergence because she looked at her autism as a gift. But paradoxically, it's become an exclusionary ideology. Because it now alienates those who truly are impaired.
So they like to, Dr. Spear and other critics of high-functioning autism, they like to treat what they call high-functioning autism as a political party, I guess, that's just organized against people with more significant support requirements, and they will never mention that they are non-speaking people who identify with the neurodiversity paradigm and are involved in autistic self-advocacy. They won't talk about the keyboarders, the AAC users, the non-speakers, the people with intellectual delays who are part of autistic self-advocacy and who may identify with the neurodiversity paradigm. And I think what they either just try to pretend that those people do not exist in the self-advocacy movement.
Now, because it now alienates those who truly are impaired, while it valorizes it.
Yeah, it literally said severe impairment in the Asperger's definition. But then they get pissed when people who were categorized by a clinician in that category actually call themselves disabled. But then it also pisses them off when people who call themselves neurodiversity proponents say that autism isn't a disability. So which is it?
I think neurodiversity movement, that would have been fine if it was just Asperger's. Like, yes, you have a difference, not a disability. That's fine. But they're just sort of speaking on behalf of everybody. They lean into dysfunction online, is what I see.
Because it now alienates those who truly are impaired, while it valorizes the performatively eccentric. Like, take a look at this.
My mother and I are both professionally diagnosed with autism and ADHD. I was diagnosed early, and she was diagnosed late, at age 48.
That's it. That's all she has to say about that. She calls these people out as being performatively eccentric. And I mean, yeah, the mom looks like she's about to serve me a bubble milk tea at a Renaissance fair, and the son looks like he's doing a Willy Wonka cosplay. But I mean, I look like I'm the son of Jar Jar Binks and Scruff McGruff, and I look like I'm about to audition for a revival of Moxie's Pirate Cartoon Show. So I really can't begrudge them looking crazy for the camera. But the thing is, when you go on this guy's YouTube, he's just a costumer. He most of his TikToks a lot of his TikToks are about his different costumes and outfits. That's just part of what he's doing. And he's doing this for the video. And that's, I guess, her point, but it's like, I don't understand how showing a video of someone who dresses up in weird outfits as part of a hobby as therefore proof that they are insincerely autistic or not when they were both clinically diagnosed. I mean, and the whole thing about the mother being diagnosed as an adult as like this smoking gun thing of like, aha, these people who can't possibly be disabled or autistic are being diagnosed. If you look in the diagnostic literature that she holds in so much contempt, it specifically says, as adults, individuals with this condition may have problems with empathy, and then it says, this disorder apparently follows a continuous course, and in the vast majority of cases, the duration is lifelong. So, if the duration is lifelong in the vast majority of cases, then why is it illegitimate for an adult to be diagnosed after a personalized examination by a clinician? And you see this thing frequently, where you see people be like, oh, how dare these grown adults claim to be autistic, and then they'll treat autism and adjacent disorders as strictly pediatric issues. But then, later on, when those high support needs autistic children of theirs become 18 and become 21, and they're still autistic and haven't outgrown it, then they get mad that they start aging out of disability support services because there's a documented problem where autism and adjacent disabilities are treated as strictly pediatric issues. You could argue part of that is due to years of messaging from major charities and organizations.
You know what I say? Said Edward. Fuck the children. Fuck them. Fuck kids. They're getting entirely too much attention.
But then beneath that, we have familial pattern. Although available data is limited, now this was written more than 30 years ago, there appears to be an increased frequency of Asperger's disorder among family members of individuals who have the disorder. But we're supposed to believe that the idea that the mother could be also autistic is supposed to be this extreme and weird thing that non-disabled partisans cooked up out of nowhere.
My question is, who opened the floodgates? Because diagnostic inflation doesn't just happen. It's built through activism, lobbying, and ideology. One of the culprits were...
Yeah, so what she calls like diagnostic expansion or diagnostic redefinition, yeah, it's true that they are... She has this framing where from the late 80s up into the 94 the DSM-3 and then in 2013 with the DSM-5 that including giving more people specific diagnoses is therefore tantamount to causing people who were previously considered completely non-disabled and had nothing to do with disability supports to suddenly out of nowhere be considered autistic, and that's not what happened.
That's exactly the issue, the classic definition of autism. I don't see a problem with some people identifying their differences or labeling themselves neurodivergent. It's fine. We all have our little quirks and our little differences, and that's fine. However, the use of the word autism, it's taken to the extremes because we need it for policymaking, for accessing services, for accessing education.
So when she's dismissing, the Asperger's definition as high IQ people with social quirks who therefore couldn't reasonably be considered disabled, let alone autistic, that Asperger's definition included people who had fine or coarse motor control challenges that required occupational therapy, not just having a hard time making friends, but significant social and reciprocity deficits that required hands-on social skills counseling where you're having to teach things like facial expressions. Actually, when someone points, to look in that direction. That's something that, and that's something people dismiss as like, oh, well, you should just know that automatically. That the problem is they don't know that automatically to the point where it's a deficit, where if there's a dangerous situation and someone points to the exit, they may not recognize that they have to move in that direction. She has this extremely simplified view of autism. She's talking about people who may have needed professional, hands-on lessons and actually using their hands to manipulate objects dynamically in 3 dimensions. This definition includes people who may have sensory issues that are so severe that people who don't know of their diagnosis may think that they're having a stroke. All right? That's what she's dismissing as trivial social quirks. And the people who allegedly wrongfully benefited from this diagnostic expansion and diagnostic revisionism that she's vilifying. And part of why I'm making this video isn't that she's questioning the way we categorize and describe disabilities. It's the fact that she's specifically vilifying end-level patients who had no control over the name of their diagnosis and did not choose it for themselves.
Diagnostic inflation doesn't just happen. It's built through activism, lobbying, and ideology. One of the culprits were the aSAM,
Yeah, so culprits. So we're framing any expansion in which people who formerly would not have received services that they could be clinically proven to required is therefore just a criminal act in which non-disabled people allegedly are wrongfully benefiting. And it's the fact that she's targeting end-level patients in this that has me upset, far more so than her simply questioning the DSM-5, because I myself could easily write a 5-page paper about shortcomings I see in the DSM-5 and its description of the diagnostic range that I'm part of. But instead of doing that, she's attacking end-level patients and criticizing anyone that she personally doesn't feel sympathetic for receiving disability services. And it's not explicitly stated in these videos, but there's this implication that someone qualifying for access to disability services is therefore tantamount to a non-disabled person demanding a labor-free life at taxpayers' expense.
And these aren't just any cases of autism. This isn't TikTok autism. You have to have a developmental disability to qualify for services in this system.
You do have some people who are very quirky socially and, have some slight sensory and behavioral challenges, and they might be diagnosed with autism. So the people at that very, very high end of autism who are super privileged, right?
When the reality is, a lot of the people that she's including in this criticism are people who only received a diagnosis and associated, information and disability services because they want to maximize their ability to be self-reliant and be included in the non-disabled world. And a lot of the people that she's holding culpable of wrongfully benefiting from this diagnostic inflation, as she calls it, are people that function at a level they do today with a high degree of inclusion in the non-disabled world because of services and therapy and training that they received only because they had been clinically diagnosed in the first place.
One of the culprits were the aSAM, the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network.
Yeah, so the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network are the supervillain boogeymen of a lot of these people. They are incredibly offended by the idea that disabled people could actually have a role to play in the discussion and framing of these diagnoses that impact their lives, impact their rights, impact their ability to access services and supports that they need, not only just to, seek the amount of inclusion that they are capable of within the non-disabled world, but even just to survive in the first place and receive human rights like an education and necessary medical care and support. And of course, a lot of the knee-jerk response I see from these people is along the lines of, oh, if they were really autistic, they wouldn't be able to advocate in the first place, and that's just concretely not real. There is a long history of autistic self-advocacy, and the online organized autistic self-advocacy movement is just the most recent form of that. People are willing to acknowledge that there is a history of autistic self-advocacy only when they're trying to kiss the ass of famous autistic people that they see benefit and association with. And in fact, I have a video of the president of the National Council on Severe Autism, Jill Escher, giving a detailed history of how high-functioning autism and autistic self-advocacy aren't new things, but she's only willing to say that when she's kissing the ass of famous autistic people that she feels beneficial to have herself and her organization associated with.
But Tom was one of the very, very, very first autism self-advocates, and he had worked with Temple Grandin at Autism Society of America, and he had written books, and he was a speaker, and he was diagnosed as a child. Obviously, as you can tell, a very different kind of autism than like my kids have, and that your kids have. Well, I want to say something. You know, I've been around the autism world quite a long time. I've met a lot of adults with autism who are now in their, I would say, 40s, 50s, even in their 60s. There aren't many of them. You're a very vanishingly small population. But I meet a lot of very, very high functioning adults who were diagnosed, you know, back in the day when we were told the only people who were diagnosed with autism, you know, were the most severe cases. And I want to say emphatically, that's not correct. I mean, Temple Grandin was not a very severe case. You're not a very severe case. Jonathan Mitchell's not a very severe case. I could think of, you know, 4 or 5 people I've met here in the Bay Area who are not very severe cases, who were diagnosed in the 70s. So I think it's a little, it concerns me that, you know, we're sort of saying, well, you know, high functioning autism was missed. Like, well, no, not really. I'm not sure if we actually have proof of that, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just making a side observation.
ASAN, the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, they have been the most politically active group shaping the current diagnosis.
So when I say that Dr. Spear's biased, I don't just mean that, like, oh, she's biased against neurodiversity, that's her opinion to have, or she's biased against high-functioning autistic people. When I say she's biased, I mean that I could very provably demonstrate that she cares more about who people are than what they actually are saying or what they actually believe.
Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, they have been the most politically active group shaping the current diagnosis, particularly active during the DSM revision from 2009 to 2012. And they were particularly worried that that collapsing the Asperger's and the PDD not otherwise specified diagnoses into one spectrum would cause higher functioning individuals, particularly women, to lose access to services.
Okay, so they were concerned, the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network was concerned that if they collapsed the autism spectrum into a single diagnosis, that people would lose access to services. That's an argument against the merging of Asperger's and PPD-NOS into the autism definition. That's an argument against what Dr. Spear vilifies as diagnostic inflation of the autism definition. And this is a concern that I personally had at this time, and it's a concern that came from many autistic and, or at the time, autistic adjacent diagnoses like Asperger's syndrome had. So this is literally an argument against merging or umbrellaing autism into the autism definition. But because it's coming from the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, Dr. Spear wants to vilify that as some conspiratorial scheme to allow people who didn't legitimately deserve disability resources to suddenly have access to them. No, this is people who are already receiving services like social skills counseling, occupational therapy, on-the-job training with a coach, things like that. They were afraid of losing those things if their existing definitions, existingly defined disabilities were restructured with a different name. So this is not people from out of town barging in and demanding access to that town's local public library. This is people who already lived on the same street they're already on, having the name of their street changed and being concerned that their street's name changing might cause them to lose their existing library cards. And they wanted to pick this as some kind of scheme to allow non-disabled people to suddenly get access to disability services. It's not.
And yet again, we have failed the true sufferers.
Once again, she's obsessed. She has this definition of truly suffering and truly impaired that seems strictly limited to black and white footage of nonverbal disabled people back in the 1940s and 50s. And that's not what disability is. Yeah, she has this very difficult time allowing anybody that she doesn't feel sympathetic for personally, and anyone that might run the risk of being able to question or oppose her, as being considered a disabled person. And it's explicitly prejudiced.
And that concludes the free episode of Psychobabble. I hope you'll join me. I hope you'll upgrade and become a Psychobabble insider so we can go on to talk about what proper treatment means, what it doesn't mean, and also the MMR vaccine and autism. Here's a short preview of that.
I don't begrudge Dr. Spear for wanting to upsell, because she is doing this as part of her professional stream of income. But given the level of quality we could come to expect from her, where she deliberately misrepresents the history of clinical definitions and diagnostic criteria of autism, I personally feel that she, I just wouldn't trust it.
Here's a short preview of that. And here's another example of how cluster B girls are claiming the autism diagnosis. And
so by claiming the autism diagnosis, they're talking about people who are clinically diagnosed. I mean, we used to have this, wherever your feelings are on self-diagnosis, you used to see these sort of critics of high-functioning autism restricting their criticism to self-diagnosed people who never had any clinical oversight. But now it's expanded to include people who are clinically diagnosed as well. Messaging from the National Council on Severe Autism reflects this, where they will say things about self-identified autistic people, including people with clinical diagnoses. So now we have a definition of self-identified that literally includes clinical diagnosis by a clinician. So words don't matter anymore.
Using these sort of therapies to get what they have always fantasized about, because cluster B girls are always pining for the care and attention that they didn't get from their parents.
So we have detailed judgments of the biographical history of people that she's never met.
And so all their...
And when we talk about cluster B people, or cluster B girls as she likes to call them, we're talking about cluster B personality disorders. I'm using the Cleveland Clinic as a source here. So this will include antisocial personality disorder, described in brief, lack of respect towards others, don't follow socially accepted rules, a borderline personality disorder, difficulty controlling emotions, histrionic personality disorder, strong desire to be noticed, and narcissistic personality disorder in particular. She really loves to basically point at any autistic people, especially women, that she does not personally like, as therefore not being autistic, but having a cluster B personality disorder, specifically narcissism. This video used to be called Autism from Clinical Classification to Sacred Identity or something like that. She renamed the video to How Narcissistic People Hijacked Autism or something to that effect. So this really is basically, if you are diagnosed with autism, and especially if you're a woman and you do not have the personal sympathy and permission of Dr. Spear, you're actually a cluster B personality disorder person. And she really just generally describes cluster B like it's a organized faction that needs defeating. So she basically just strips every sympathetic element from the autism definition, or recontextualize autistic characteristics to actually be personality disorders. And this is something you see with critics of high-functioning autism, where they like to take autistic people that they personally don't want to risk being seen as sympathetic and recontextualize them as actually having personality disorders. And it's not just this individual doctor that does it. Jill Escher, president of the National Council on Severe Autism, does this as well as some of her alleged autism expert guests, who will take autistic people that they personally don't want to risk being seen as sympathetic and say, oh, these people really have personality disorders.
Because many neurodiversity proponents that claim to be autistics are really not autistics. Some of them have really deep personality disorders. And
is there anything in the book that could be applied instead of autism, some kind of personality disorder?
So in that clip of Jill Escher, president of the National Council on Severe Autism, talking about high-functioning autistic people really having personality disorders, she's specifically saying that because a autism online newspaper did a news story about a high-functioning autistic person who founded a mental health nonprofit for autistic and disabled people after her autistic friend committed suicide. And that pissed Jill off so much that this person was being taken seriously as an autistic person and being getting positive coverage for starting this nonprofit and raising awareness of mental health challenges faced by relatively high-functioning autistic people, as some may call us, that she said she did an hour-long expose where she falsely characterized the article as a hit piece against people with so-called true autism.
It's become sadly almost like faddish to for individuals who have the types of challenges that are described in that article to adopt the term of, to identify as being autistic. And I think that in sharp contrast to many patients with autism, particularly the ones that Dr. Lopez and I work with, autism had taken on kind of this character of almost like a fantasy, a gift, it's special to be this way. And, you bring something special and unique to the world that other people don't have. And it's become kind of cool and interesting to be neurodivergent. And it seems that a lot of people, rather than perhaps looking more deeply at the crux of the issues that they're experiencing, have happily taken on this moniker of autism as something that explains the challenges that they feel that they have, and that they can also pawn off as a very positive thing. And that does do a disservice to those who have, I guess, more classic or more true forms of autism.
Hey kid, you're a stupid little fucker.
And then suggested that she be re-diagnosed with a personality disorder. All right? And as someone who has been extremely wary for many years about calling Autism Speaks a hate group, if Jill Escher doing that doesn't make the National Council on Severe Autism legitimate for consideration as a hate group against autistic people they personally don't feel sympathetic toward, I don't know what possibly could. Oh, and by the way, I did an entire, 21-part video series about Jill having done this, and I did a specific video about the fact that she ridiculed the mourning autistic friend of an autistic suicide victim who founded a nonprofit to promote mental health among disabled people because she was pissed that she was serving as a doctor. I made a whole other video about that.
And here's another example of how cluster B girls are claiming the autism diagnosis and using these sort of therapies to get what they have always fantasized about, because cluster B girls are always pining for the care and attention that they didn't get from their parents. So these new treatments of autism, it is their fantasy made real. Just look at this girl. She's having a cocoon made while she is imitating Luna Lovegood from Harry Potter.
So this is my sensory swing.
I still get questions about it, so here we go.
Sensory swings can be used to apply deep pressure, which can be very calming for autistic people.
Really? Really? I can't let you get away with that, Dr. Spear. You could have your own opinions, but you don't get to fabricate a detailed biographical assessment of someone you've never met.
I don't care about your hollow theories.
And not only that, I really can't believe that anyone would trust you on issues of mental health and neurodevelopmental disability if they have even the slightest familiarity with the things you're talking about. Dr. Spear, you have no credibility presenting yourself as the guardian of true and tested methods of historical autism care and treatment against insurgent revisionist nonsense, while you present this clinically diagnosed autistic woman's use of a sensory swing as the eccentric personal invention of a narcissistic autism impersonator as part of her personal self-indulgent fantasy of being autistic. And I want you to see my own real-life face when I tell you you're full of shit, because sensory swings and other equipment has been in use in professionally administered occupational therapy for people with autism and other disabilities for over 50 years. And you're so concerned with making this innocent autistic woman, who you call a girl for the purpose of assuming false parental authority over her, and making her an object of ridicule, that you falsely represent the history of sensory equipment that had been written about in incredible detail in terms of the theories of its use and deployment as far back as the 1960s, based on previous work that predated that. So why is anyone supposed to trust you on this? You misrepresent historical and current diagnostic definitions and diagnostic criteria for autism and related disabilities to strip any element of actual disability or difficulty or impairment or suffering from anyone you personally don't feel comfortable feeling sympathetic towards. And then you prioritize making fun of autistic people who, in this case, someone who's clinically diagnosed by a professional. You're more concerned with making fun of her than you are actually representing the history of autism care and treatment, to the point where you not only imply that sensory swings are something new, but that it's the personal narcissistic, eccentric invention of this one individual. I've seen this equipment in use with people who had clinically significant impairments worthy of professional attention and significant resources, because I saw it being used in occupational therapy rooms where I was receiving occupational therapy, and that therapy took place either before you were born, Dr. Spear, or back when you were a very small child who I could expect had no personal stakes in these issues. Whereas my concern was trying to become normal enough that I could actually participate in my classroom like a normal student. Actually ride the normal bus and not the short bus for disabled kids. Actually get ahead enough so that I could change classes in high school like all the normal kids. So I already knew you were full of shit, Dr. Spear. But then I went to actually look at this woman's TikTok page and see what she actually had to say about autism.
So this is my sensory swing.
I still get questions about it, so here we go.
Sensory swings can be used to apply deep pressure, which can be very calming for autistic people.
It kind of feels like a hug without physical contact. Mine is attached to a beam in my ceiling. I made mine out of aerial silk on Amazon. This is how much weight it can hold. Sensory swings are used in all types of therapies and aren't just for autistic people. I like that I can cocoon like a caterpillar.
Really, Dr. Spear? She said nothing that wasn't objectively correct.
Sensory integration was first described by Jean Ez in 1972 as the organisation of the senses for use. Dr. Ez was an occupational therapist working with children with learning disabilities in California. She noticed that many of these children interpreted the information they received from their senses differently to their peers, and she hypothesized that this impacted their learning. Dr. Ez went on to develop a theory, assessment tools, and treatment approach using her sensory integration theory. Her treatment approach included the use of swings, scooter boards, and other equipment designed to increase and challenge a child's sensory systems.
And you know what? You want to make fun of her for cocooning herself, as she calls it, in a sensory swing? I've been cocooning myself in my blankets in a tight little ball every night for as long as I can remember. That's just how I sleep. And it's not something I picked up in occupational therapy. It's not something I picked up on TikTok because I heard it's what the autistic people do. It's just what came natural to me. And I would layer the thickest, heaviest blankets I could on top of myself. Decades before weighted blankets became widely available and their use in certain forms of therapy or with people with certain sensory issues became widespread information online. And I can tell you, there's no version of TikTok on the computer that I was being trained on to learn keyboarding to advance my communication skills as much as possible, as early as possible, once I had been diagnosed. That computer had no games on it whatsoever. All it had on there was a word processor and a typing tutor program, and I would spend hours on it, and hours, because it actually enabled me to connect with the world around me in ways I was completely isolated from prior to that. And the freaky thing to me is, that clip is what you wanted your viewers to see. That was something you felt you could spin to ridicule her and the sensory swing she was using as some wacky personal narcissistic invention to impersonate autism. if that's what you thought made you look valid in criticizing her, I couldn't wait to go on her TikTok and see what she actually had to say about autism without you spinning it out of context. And believe me, I don't even like TikTok. Let's see what else she has to say about her autistic superpowers. I don't have superpowers. I'm just autistic. As she sits in a swing with sad music playing. I don't have superpowers. I'm just autistic. This, according to Dr. Spear, is the narcissistic enemy of traditional values and common sense that's corrupting autism. I don't have superpowers. I'm just autistic. But she's going to instead take a clip of her in her swing and try to spin it as her impersonating Luna Lovegood from Harry Potter?
So these new treatments of autism, it is their fantasy made real. Just look at this girl. She's having a cocoon made while she is imitating Luna Lovegood from Harry Potter.
So this is my sensory swing.
Why do these critics of high functioning autism fixate on fictional characters that aren't even canonically said to be autistic in the actual material, the actual shows and books and movies that they're from in the first place? And this whole idea that she's impersonating Luna Lovegood, that's just some personal made-up bullshit Dr. Spear made to discredit her. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. But she's presenting it as a fact to discredit the idea that this person could even legitimately be disabled. And not only that, but make up elaborate personal biographical details about how she's invented this narcissistic cocoon invention to impersonate autism because her parents didn't love her enough?
Cluster B girls are claiming the autism diagnosis and using these sort of therapies to get what they have always fantasized about, because cluster B girls are always pining for the care and attention that they didn't get from their parents.
I mean, Dr. Spear may be a doctor, but that doesn't give her legitimacy in making elaborate diagnostic evaluations of people she's never even fucking met.
Every time someone tells me autism isn't a disability, it's a superpower. I just imagine a bunch of superheroes getting together being like, I can contribute to the team with my super strength. Well, I can contribute because I have invisibility. And I'm just sitting there like, I'm autistic and I miss social cues. Also, when I tried to live completely on my own, I had to go to the hospital multiple times and almost died. But I can tell you a lot of cool facts about insects. I did not actually mean to info dump. But great superpower. That was sarcasm. It is not a great superpower. It is a disability.
Autism is not a great superpower. It's a disability. You really want to end your video and try to lure people into paying you for your premium subscription by highlighting this person. Of all people, this person. Really, Dr. Spear. And all these bugs around her, the fact that she refers to her sensory swing as a cocoon, yeah, it turns out that she has a fixation on insects and entomology. And for some reason, in Dr. Spear's video, she only wants to relate this to trains, but it's not exclusive to trains. And the weirdest thing of all to me is that Dr. Spears says that, oh, like they may fixate on things like trains because, and she says that it's because trains are a male-specific interest and that autism is a male-specific diagnosis. And that's not what, that's just some shit she made up.
Whole. And so that would lead them to obsess about things like trains or things, because this was predominantly a male and disorder that affected males. So
how are trains a male specific interest? I have autistic friends who know way more about trains than me, and I have plenty of artwork of my alien alter ego riding and admiring and operating trains, so it's not like my own interest in trains is exactly mild in my own case. But because this person is a woman, and it's not trains that she's fixated on, she wants to use this as proof that she's not really autistic? Based on nothing? I mean, I'm sure she wants to criticize the autism is a superpower narrative, but if assuming diagnostic authority over someone that exceeds the diagnostic authority of that person's actual doctor who performed a personal evaluation on them is not a superpower that Dr. Spear is assuming, I don't know what possibly could be, because that's exactly what she's doing. To expand a bit on the superpower comment, yeah, she's absolutely right. And not only, in my experience, is autism not a superpower, it's more like being the only person in the world who doesn't have superpowers. And if you take a superhero like Superman, if everyone on Earth just had the powers of Superman, and one particular person just had the abilities of a normal, typical person, they would be considered disabled. And people would just look at them like, why are you just inept for no reason in particular? You don't seem physically unhealthy. You just suck at everything for no reason. Similarly, I'd liken it to being a bird without wings in a world where bird wings are invisible and the birds who fly don't even understand that they have wings. So they look at the bird without wings as just, why do you suck for no reason? Why can't you just fly? All you do is you just do the thing and you fly, and there's no excuse for you to just be hopping around on the ground begging for help all the time when all you have to do is fly like the rest of us and everything will be fine. I'm, of course, dealing with my own specific experience of disability. Every other person is going to have a completely unique experience, so don't take anything I say as an official universal statement about autism or any sort of neurodevelopmental or motor or sensory disability. Oh, and here's footage of her practicing facial expressions in a mirror. Now, I personally never practiced facial expressions in a mirror, but I do remember times when I was a kid that would surely be within, as early as I think age 7 or 8 is the first time I could specifically recall doing it, when someone will mention, hey, you're smiling, and I will actually try to not move my face and run to a mirror and see what I look like so that I could try to understand what other people are saying when they look at me. Being unable to understand the expressions that people make and being unable to understand what people are reading in my face and actually going through counseling and therapy and training related to this is part of the therapy and services that I was clinically determined to require. But for some reason, when we actually provide an account of that experience, it's used as evidence against us that we're faking autistic characteristics and experiences and appropriating the struggles of people with actual difficulties. Now, I'm sure people would say, oh, well, clearly this isn't spontaneous. She set up the camera in order to do this video. And it's like, yeah, that's how videos work. There's certain things that people present as inherently dishonest or deceitful, and that's just part of the reality of making a video and producing it for the internet. And the thing is, I don't even like TikTok.
So what does it feel like to go non-speaking? It almost feels like I'm pushing through a wall to talk, but
Guess what? That well does not have a door, so nothing's gonna happen.
I would say that, from my personal experience, I'd say I could relate to that. I know for me, I didn't describe it as a wall. I would describe it more like all of my words, all of the sounds that all of the sounds that humans have decided to associate with certain people and certain ideas and certain things they get this magnetic coating around them. And my wanting to attach the things that I'm seeing or want to talk about, or like all language, for me, all those words get this magnetic coating around them. And me thinking about those things, and my actual thoughts about those things also have a magnetic coating around them, and the two just repel each other. Like, there's no amount of thinking as I try to push these ideas and things together with the words they belong to. It breaks down, and I feel it, like the physical sensation of the disconnect, of the repulsion between the ideas and the words they go with in my head. And I also feel it like in my throat as I would try to speak. And I'm very fortunate, and this has not happened to me for many years at this point. But it's like the language, like the ability to take a thought in my head, attach it to a word, connect it to my lips, my throat, and my vocal cords, and speak it out. It just completely detaches. And it's like trying to push two magnets together, and they just repel each other. They cannot touch each other no matter how hard I try to force them together, is what that feels like. It was what it would feel like to me, and I'm very fortunate that it's not happened to me for many, many years. So for me, I actually had to wear these very dark glasses that looked indistinguishable from sunglasses. I was having the symptoms many years before that, but I got prescribed these dark glasses that had no vision correction factor. It was just the filter. And I had to wear them 24/7, no matter where I was at, from about 8th grade up until my first or second year of college. And they looked cool, but they made my life hell, because people had a very hard time accepting and understanding that this is a clinically prescribed disability aid. Other disability aids, like my word processor, which is just a keyboard with a screen, and I'd use laptops and other handheld devices, were frequently misunderstood as toys or games. And I'm very fortunate that my sensory processing issues have not been an impediment to the point where I had to constantly wear those glasses, because even with extensive documentation, it made it impossible to get a job, I'll tell you. So I believe this person reports these sorts of experiences far more frequently than me. And
Am I still able to communicate? Yes. I can use tools such as my AAC device, texting, writing, sign language. It can be very frustrating for people to see me being able to verbally communicate to all of a sudden not. They see me and are like, just try harder. You can verbally communicate.
Yeah, fortunately, I never had people confront me like that.
I would. It is not a choice. I am literally unable to. For me, sometimes this can last hours or days.
It would last hours for me. Well, it would last several moments, like a minute or two, to an hour or two. The worst cases were like 4 or 5 hours at a time. And I'm very, very fortunate in that I have not had to deal with that. It's easier to find ridiculous misinformation on autism and disability on TikTok than it is to find actual accurate autism information. So for you to somehow find this person is incredible, because I don't even like TikTok, and I don't even like autism TikTok. I'm going to tell you something. Not only do I dislike TikTok in general, not only do I have to plug my nose to go on there, but when it comes to autism-specific TikTok, the only two people I could watch and that I actually follow are people who I would consider highly adversarial of the neurodiversity paradigm and who frequently challenge autism misinformation that's posted to that website. So I'm more than familiar with how rampant autism misinformation is on that website. And I'm barely even got a chance to discuss in detail how fundamentally dishonest your presentation on alleged crises of autism diagnostic expansion is. And I say that as someone who wasn't even in favor of the merging of the autism diagnosis with Asperger's syndrome at the time it happened, based on the explanations that were then given. I was not active in the discussion of those changes as they were being carried out when the DSM was taking place, because I was too busy doing actual personal self-advocacy regarding my own disability struggles and access to supports and services to really be bothered with discourse on that. But perhaps I'll do a more detailed video breaking down a lot of Dr. Spear's claims and talking points. But I just wanted to discuss this and really call for, if you want to do a criticism of the DSM-5 construction of autism, you have to do it without targeting end-level patients, because I could certainly provide criticisms of the DSM-5 constructions of autism without targeting end-level patients, because those end-level patients include me. And as a person who's actually impacted by these definitions of disability, I could give plenty of arguments as to why the DSM-5 construction of the developmental disabilities range is imperfect. But I'm not going to do that to validate people who take people like me, who, after years of disability supports and services and therapy and counseling and training, present as I do today and enjoy a high level of integration with the non-disabled world, and use people like me as an example of allegedly perfectly normal non-disabled people who gamed the system and took advantage of disability resources they didn't deserve. No theory of healthcare that makes any kind of sense would function that way. It would be like if someone went to the ER with a broken arm and the doctor put a cast on it. When they come back, they take the cast off, their arm's not broken anymore, and they say, aha, I knew you were faking it. I mean, if these concepts of therapy, care, and treatment, however you want to phrase them or frame them, weren't supposed to result in people having enhanced capabilities to whatever extent is possible in their individual case, then why are we giving people, why are we providing help to people with autism and other disabilities? And the concepts of therapy and training and treatment, or however you want to call it, that benefited me, for me, allowed me to have a high level of integration with non-disabled students in school, and eventually, join the workforce and have a high degree of independence and self-reliance. Those, if you want to call me a success story for that, I personally wouldn't, because that's how, I can't flip a switch and show you the person I would be if I didn't get diagnosed and didn't get the support that I had. I could tell you I don't expect I'd be here right now. Certainly not making this video, but those same concepts of therapy and treatment for someone else might mean they could live at home instead of being in a fully hospitalized lifelong situation. And it may mean that someone who otherwise would have needed to be segregated into a single classroom with only high support needs disabled people could have a higher degree of integration with non-disabled students. And it just goes up and up for there. So if you want to frame a success story resulting in someone having a high degree of integration with the non-disabled world when they otherwise might not have been, then you're just invalidating the concept that we should be helping autistic people of any description. So that's it for now, and thanks for watching. Hi. Whether you agreed with anything I had to say today or not, I just wanted to make absolutely clear to everyone that I would have never said that Dr. Spear was full of shit for using that clip from Sound of the Forest TikTok page. If that clip had been presented in her freely available video in the context of a reasonable examination and criticism of the sensory integration theory and related concepts of autism care and treatment pioneered by Dr. A. Jean Ayres. In the video, as it was freely provided, it was very clear that Dr. Spear's intention was not to perform a reasonable examination of these concepts. The point of the video was to entice paid memberships to her YouTube channel and to entertain her audience by making this innocent person an object of ridicule and presenting what she was saying and doing completely out of context. You know, going on TikTok, of all sites, looking for evidence of unfounded personal theories and ridiculous misinformation being presented as autism information, and coming away with Sound of the Forest's TikTok page. It's like a treasure hunter being given the keys to Fort Knox, and they come back with a handful of pennies saying, "I found gold." It's really as pathetic as it is impressive, but not in the way Dr. Spear thinks. Because, yeah, TikTok...
Officer, these ruffians are trespassing in my swimming pool. As a tax-paying town resident, I demand you move them immediately.
This is not your pool, ma'am. This is a public pool. Your complaint is therefore nonsensical at a fundamental level.
Exactly. This pool is for town residents only.
This is not your pool, ma'am. This is a public pool.
Sorry about that. Hey, y'all. Thanks for sticking with me. This may not be the longest stream I've done. I think I've done streams at least twice as long as this. But what I will say is that this is probably the most late at night I've ever streamed that I can remember since at least 2020. I think in the first dozen streams, maybe I went late occasionally. But I'll be back on May 9th, the Saturday, 5/9/26, the 20th anniversary of E3 2006, the reveal of PlayStation 3 and Nintendo's Wii, and the first E3 for the 6th generation systems. Well, actually, not really. Well, the Xbox 360 was revealed before about a month or two before E3 in 2005, but it was the reveal of the PlayStation 3 happened on the night of the 8th, and then Nintendo's Wii was revealed properly on the 9th. So 5/9/26 will be the 20-year anniversary of that, and I plan to do some E3 some commentaries on Nintendo's E3, which I've done in the past. I've done one on E3 2006 back when I was still cam tubing mostly, but I will have probably do Sony's PlayStation 3 reveal as well, which was the beginning of a bit of a rough patch for Sony. And really in the back half of that cycle, they sort of got their act together and turned things around and was able to make the system, I think, they more like what they intended to begin with. The PlayStation 3's reveal at E3 2006, it was not as impressive as they were hoping. I feel like there's a pattern a lot of E3s with console reveals, well, E3s in general, but especially with console reveals, where the company that has the most to prove tends to put on the best show, And with Nintendo basically coming out of GameCube having to justify their continued presence in the game console market, and with Sony on top of the world with PlayStation 2, I think that was a particularly strong example of that. But I'm taking it. Yeah, I'm just gonna actually I could stream. I could send you to. You know, I normally don't get to raid anybody, but I know exactly who I'm going to raid. I'm going to raid Janked Jesus, who's doing. Looks like he's doing some Wheel of Fate music, Wheel of Fate stuff with retro gaming. Looks like he's playing Mickey Mania. So I'll see you all next time, and thank you very much for watching.